But I'm here.
Hey Rob, this is Jackson at the RBI Academy in Kansas City. How are you? Good. Faxing in for our second field. Just want to make sure you guys see and hear us okay. From Motley Field, Motley Family Field here in Kansas City. Hi home. Okay, mic 1. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Set check 1 2. All right, mic 2.
Mic 2, mic 1 2, mic check 1 2 3 4 and 5. 4 3 and 2 and 1. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Just lower it a little. Well, I think he's got a little closer to his mouth too. Go ahead, another check.
Check 1, mic check 1. Check 1 2 3 4 5 4 3 2 1.
Do those stairs.
We'll do it again. Mic check, mic check. Mic 1 2 3 4 5 4 3 2 1.
I didn't get their cold room. Worried about how sweet all that crap is.
Was that better? Okay, and then I made some adjustments on the other mic too, so I just want to make sure they were kind of even. So 1 2 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2 3 4 5 6.
They didn't log in, but for some reason.
Check it. Check 1 2. Okay. Great. All right. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's right. I'm charged 100%.
We're gonna have
Lineups,
it up.
got
The guy's not up yet. But yeah, there'll be one up.
I did not. Oh, I did not.
Just for is it in the safe zone? Because I can't tell on my monitor right now. Does that look okay? For the scoreboard, does it look pretty accurate there in the right spot?
She did.
I just didn't want it to have too much room.
See ya. Alright, at least I can do this.
We'll switch them out. Yesterday we had a problem with they weren't updating, so we just killed the score altogether because figured it's good to have no score and save it than show the wrong score at the whole time. Okay, well you guys have been a great help, man, and we're all ready to go. You'll get one more phone call from the softball field here. They're still setting up, but that game's a little later. So just letting you know. All right, thanks again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. It's Senior Division Baseball. The team from Chicago, the White Sox, will take on the team from Milwaukee, the Brewers, in pool play action. I'm A.A. Moore, and joined by World Series champion Christian Colon as we bring you all the action. And, man, it was a great day 1, and these are 2 of the teams that really kind of showcase themselves and put themselves in good positions to be able to play for a championship on Sunday. Chicago had 2 big, huge wins to go 2-0. Milwaukee had a win and then a tough loss in the second game. So, a lot on the line for Milwaukee if they want to put themselves in position to play for the championship tomorrow.
Absolutely. You nailed it. I mean, I think there's a real sense of urgency here with the Brewers coming in. Look for them to have a really, really good, relentless offense, like we talked about yesterday. Really good leadoff guy here in Pozos, and, we're looking forward to it.
So they're stepped in and ready to go. Santino Pozos will lead it off, and he swings at the first pitch. Great pickup over at first base for out number 1. Boy, that didn't take very long. First pitch swinging, that gets it done.
Yeah, he nearly, got another hit. As we see, he's very consistent with his swings. Stays through the middle of the field, stays on the ball well. But what a play right there to start this game.
Over at first base, that's Brock Hamilton who made the play. Brings up Eric Cody. He had a couple of hits yesterday. He's got good power, able to get it into the alleys. And, Christian, talk again about the field and the way it's set up and how these guys are going to have to handle that.
Yeah, right now, early in the day, sun's down. They don't need to worry about so much the fly ball that we saw being a problem later on in the day. That's for the defense. But, this offense is electric. They're very, very athletic. Here's another guy that really good bat-to-ball skills, And, it's just a really early game. Excited to see these guys compete. It was good watching yesterday, too, how they went about their business. Even though they lost that game, they almost came back right there at the end.
You talk about the relentless offense through the first 8 innings of play for the Brewers yesterday as that pitch laced out the right field, but catch will be made out in right field by McLemore for out number 2. This Milwaukee team scored in its first 8 innings, and then in the final inning of the second game against the Kansas City team yesterday, they got the offense cranked up again and had the tying and winning runs in scoring position before the final out was made. So they're not going to give up, certainly no matter what happens on the White Sox side here in this game.
Absolutely. You're dead on with that. They really came back and made it interesting at the end. Led by this, by Wright here hitting. Yesterday he pitches well. You can tell he's got a fire personality, ready to go. They look ready. They look ready to compete. It's going to be exciting to watch. Looking forward to it.
Well, Wright is behind the dish today. We saw him play some shortstop. We saw him pitch, play first base, and now he's catching today. Again, you got 16 players on your roster at maximum, and when that happens, everybody probably has to play some of everywhere.
Yeah, we saw him pitch, and his velocity was really good. But he did a little bit of everything, and as he steps in right here in a 2-2 count, you could tell he's fighting. He's ready to get going for his team, and he's excited to be out here.
He's run the count to 3-2. Pitch is always going to be important. We don't quite have the pitch counts from yesterday, so we'll just keep an eye on how these coaches manage their pitching. After so many pitches in a particular day or over a series of games, guys have to sit down. So I would imagine that everybody's got to be on deck, and you're probably going to need everybody on deck against this White Sox offense. Yesterday they had a win over the Illinois United team, winning 23-0. Then in the second game, they took on the Minnesota Twins team as Wright's going to get an infield single there. First hit of the ball game for the Brewers. But the White Sox then won their second game 15-0 over the Minnesota outfit. And so we know the White Sox are going to put some runs up on the board. At least we figure as much. But we'll see how that goes as the courtesy runner comes in for the Milwaukee side, Mathazima. We saw him get some starts yesterday, but
I'm really impressed by what the White Sox have put out here. Especially junior, senior division both. Just really, really nice ball players. They know how to play. They certainly can hit. They put runs on the board, they seem to be a good team together, both the senior and junior division.
Zima gets back in. It's early out here. We talked a bit about the sun causing some problems yesterday, but right now the only people it seems to be causing a problem for is us. It is glaring straight here into the press box. A little warm in here today.
Yep.
Air is working, or allegedly so.
We getting a little bit of the same treatment there again, and I guess for the first 3 innings is going to be this way.
Stapleton strokes it into left field, and back-to-back hits with 2 outs for the Brewers. Now they're in business.
Yeah, really solid hit right there. 6-hole, he was right on that fastball. Like I said, even with 2 outs, this offense is ready to do some damage and put some runs on the board. And look for the coaches, too, to be aggressive. We had an Inside the Parker with them yesterday. They're fun to watch.
Another courtesy runner as Stapleton will do the pitching here to start the ball game for Milwaukee. The big stick here, Hernandez takes strike 1.
Definitely had some good at-bats yesterday. We saw him pitch. Threw some good strikes in there. Got some big timeouts. But he definitely hit.
Man, as watches that go outside.
And this is what they do. They just continue to stretch the innings, make them throw pitches and earn everything they get every out. It's a relentless offense like I've called it before.
Josiah Patterson is on the hill for the White Sox as he gets that over for strike 1.
I've also been impressed with how well some of these pitchers have been able to hit the outside corner. Just really good overall, just hitting that outside corner.
And you don't want to serve it the way these teams have been hitting. Some of these good teams, if you put it in the middle of the plate, they're going to make you pay, and that's what happens right there. But instead, it's scooped up over at third base by Mason. He steps on the bag and retires the side. The Brewers get a couple of 2-out hits, but unable to score. We've played half an inning. It's Milwaukee 0, Chicago coming up. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy. First pitch bunt, and that's going to be a base hit. Great speed there by the leadoff man, Jaden Hawkins, as he lays the bunt down. And White Sox showing you already, they're coming out here trying to put some runs on the board. Leadoff bunt single.
Yeah, very athletic play, good bunt. It's just they're ready to run, man. They're ready to compete. You can tell they're athletic as well, and don't be surprised if he takes off soon here.
Shortstop Gavin Jones. Quick throw over to first by Stapleton. So it's going to be Hawkins. Gavin Jones will hit second, and Jazaris Mackmore, the right fielder, is due up third for Chicago. Fastball upstairs.
Look for some action here. They want to keep the pressure on. They got off to a good start by getting their leadoff guy on. They feel pretty good right now.
That ball is going to see its way into right field. Hawkins digs for third, and he's going to beat it, and the ball is off the gate, and it's going to allow Jones to get in the second. White Sox pressing the action early.
Love that, putting the pressure on them, pressure on the defense. You see right there, something I was talking about yesterday with the runner on first base. Your left-handed hitter can pull the ball in that four-hole, and it's almost a guarantee first and third play. And he came in, he slid in pretty hard at third. They're playing hard. Now they got some going here with no outs, second and third.
Mackmore can't hold up there, take strike one. White Sox already with runners in scoring position to start here in the bottom of the first. We've seen the teams that score early have been pretty successful here in this tournament.
No doubt, no doubt.
Just a bit upstairs. Didn't look like a good breaking pitch and couldn't get the call there.
Yeah, that's the pitch that he wanted right there. You could see him looking in the dugout.
Gets the fastball by him for strike two. You don't want this one put in play. You love to, if you're Milwaukee, you want to get a strikeout here and kind of give your team a chance. Playing for one, they're playing back. So on a regular ground ball, they'll concede the run. Wright unable to hold on to that. And both runners will advance. And Chicago's on the board first.
Yeah, really, it was a pitch right there on the outside corner. It was close enough to maybe be called strike, but Wright had a little tough time with that one, and finds the back, and White Sox are up 1-0.
I'm going to say that's up and in for ball four, and another runner on base for Chicago.
Going back to what you said about scoring early, we've seen in this tournament when the the jitters are out and they're not as nervous, they really come back and they make really, really nice decisions, really good plays. And I think it seems like the team that's like least nervous in the morning or awake, I should say, they make it happen, and they make it happen quick. As we see right now, there's a little bit of body language going on. Things aren't working out as well for Milwaukee, but they got to be able to stop it here and stop that bleeding.
You talk about body language and just talking about bodies overall. This is a big kid right here, Brock Hamilton, as he files that off, listed at 6'4", 220.
Yeah, so
I was 220
man
once. Once.
Yeah, he looks the part, and he can tell he's a big, strong kid, and I wish I could see him run into one here.
Well, we saw the athleticism at first base on the first play of the game. It looked like Milwaukee was going to get off to a real strong start, and then Hamilton was able to stretch out there that long frame and snag what would have been a hit. Taps it off the plate. He's going to get an infield hit. Hits keep coming for Chicago as the White Sox now lead 2-0.
Yeah, just putting the ball in play there. You know, defense got to be able to make some plays for their pitcher here. Again, you just don't want this inning to snowball into a 5-6 run inning. Just got to get the ball on the ground here and, you know, hopefully turn a double play. Don't be surprised if they see a bunt here and keep the pressure on them. No, they're not bunting. They're swinging away.
Swing and a miss there by the second baseman, Mikey Watson. First and second, nobody out. White Sox already have 2 in as that pitch was fouled off on the bunt.
Hey, so something I saw right here. If I'm going to try to bunt, I want to do it early in the count. You know, I don't want to, if anything, try the first pitch and then maybe swing it. I think they kind of let it up to him, and he's obviously trying to do the best he can right now. But I'm sure if he had to do it all over again, he wants to bunt that first pitch.
It's going to be a swing. I'm going to say he was able to get a piece of it, and Wright was unable to hold on. So another chance here for Watson.
I really speak to the versatility of Wright to be able to pitch, you know, play all over the field and catch, and, you know, really strong arm behind home plate.
That ball was up and in.
That's not a good feeling. Send some up and in, and, you know, you see a lot of players now wear their C-flap to cover their face. You know, we've seen our share of hit by pitches in the face. It's not pretty.
And I never got close to that playing in my day, but I'm sure that has got to be. I've obviously seen it on TV, especially at the big league ball players. That swollen faces, possible fractures in the face and in the mouth, and
I was victim to that.
Wow.
2012, I believe. I was in AAA and got hit with the ball right in my right eye, and orbital fractures are not fun.
I was going to ask a dumb question. Did it hurt? But I mean, I would imagine like the shock right away says, "Hey, I can't feel it," but
right, yeah. When it happened, you know, you go into shock, and it's such of adrenaline that you're feeling, you know, and so you don't feel it as much. But what comes after is
the
really
next day is no fun.
No fun, yeah.
1-2. Pitch down, evens the count, and Watson has battled back. He nearly had struck out. Unfortunately, Wright was unable to hold on to that tip, so he's worked the count back even.
Well, and it looks like this by him fouling pitches off, this inning is getting long, and he's making a lot of pitches.
Another foul ball. Already 8 pitches this at bat.
It's starting to get humid out there. You know, they want to get off the field and go in the dugout. This inning is turning into, you know, strong inning for the White Sox.
Stapleton looking for the strikeout pitch here. 2-2. Unable to get it. That's going to be a single out to right field. They're going to wave the runner around. Here's the throw to the plate. It's cut off. And another run for Chicago. It's 3-0.
Really nice at-bat right there. Staying inside the ball, fastball, driving it to right field. I mean, hitting behind runners right there. I was really impressed with the offensive day yesterday. I'm even more impressed today so far. Just how they stay on the ball, and they're driving balls all over the yard.
And It's not like Stapleton hasn't thrown some good stuff. You're seeing good velocity. He's not necessarily getting barreled up, but the White Sox are pretty much hitting it where they ain't at this point, and
Yeah.
that's making for a long morning, long top of the first inning, which, it's not as warm as it's going to be today,
Right.
but it's certainly not morning cool at this point.
Yeah, it's starting to get there. And like you said, it's right now we're looking at a possible hydration time or timeout. But he's made some good pitches. Again, he's attacking. I think it's everything started with that bunt. And these guys are able to, as an offense, they're feeling pretty good about their approach. And like you said, they've been finding holes.
And that's exactly what Stapleton's doing. He took that as much as to kind of calm him down, as to get some fluids off in him. But first 5 White Sox hitters have all reached base with 4 singles and a walk.
And still no outs, and he needs a ground ball right here to just be able to get 2 outs and get that momentum back on their side.
Mario Medina, who's already committed to Davenport University. He's the catcher this morning, and at the plate here, nobody out. Swing and a miss from Medina.
A really nice pitch right there. Looks like his ball is cutting away from righties, but the White Sox are really doing a good job staying on it.
Good block. Now you've got a runner in the pickle. Wright's going to get it over, and he's going to be out at first.
That looked like it was going to be kind of ugly, and it turned into an out, which they'll take it. They'll take it for sure.
That time, Watson didn't get a good read on that ball, and more importantly, he didn't get a good read on his teammate at second base, who didn't move very far at all. Before he knew it, he was 2/3 of the way up the line.
Yeah, right there as a base runner, we were always taught to mimic and do everything the second baseman is doing. The runner at second base.
Good job there by Martinez, who got the ground ball, and good scoop over at first base by Shepard for out number 2. And look how quickly, just the one miscue on the base pass by the White Sox, and the Brewers have seemingly gotten things a little more under control here, needing just one more out to get out of this jam.
Yeah, they've really done a nice job here, and it looks like they're going to get out of the inning here.
Ooh, made it a little tougher than it should have been. Another good scoop over at first base by Shepard. But the White Sox score 3 times on 4 hits as the first 5 batters reach base. And after 1 inning of play, it's Chicago 3, Milwaukee 0. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, game changer a little bit.
Top of the second here in the senior division. Play of the 2026 Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. A. Moore, Christian Colon.
Hey, the teams that score first, especially the first game, usually keep that momentum.
First pitch fouled off by Milo Cruz, who's in left field today.
Saw him pitch yesterday too. Had a tougher time, but these kids, they play everywhere, and like you said, they got to do multiple things, and but they're showing up. They're ready. I mean, I wouldn't count this offense out, in a 3-0 ball game.
They've shown the ability to get runners on base, to put up crooked numbers in innings, and again, the most important part a lot of times that you see is keeping that leadoff guy off of base. We've seen it countless times here already this weekend. The leadoff guy gets on. Generally, he finds a way to score. Foul straight back.
Almost, it seems like 90% of the time they either, if they get a walk or they get a base hit or, they hit by pitch, whatever it is, they establish no outs. That guy on first base, they got a lot of options.
That pitch just missed. Patterson wanted that one for sure. Lucas Shepard, Giovanni Serrano due up after him, and Cruz goes down swinging. First strikeout of the game for Patterson.
Continue to, make good pitches on the outside corner to lefties. Getting ahead in the count.
A swing and a miss there by Shepard.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty good arms, especially in the senior division here.
And it's not just the velocity. You're seeing good breaking pitches, good pitch mix.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, they've been able to mix really well. We've really seen some good baseball overall.
Pitch way outside. We talked some about game plans, and a lot of times you talk about that as hitters, but for pitchers, they've got a plan too. We saw it executed very well for the Kansas City side in that game against Milwaukee. Noah Brim came in and pitched the last 2 and 2/3 and ended up getting the win. But, man, he just knew exactly what he was doing with every pitch, it seemed like.
That was really impressive to watch, how he took over that game. And that game was really exciting at the beginning, and a lot of hits, a lot of different there was a lot of action. But when the pitching settled in, especially Brim coming in, he really did a nice job holding this offense, and really wasn't until the last inning that he really had to hone in and had some pressure on him. But he answered the call, man. He answered the bell, and it was fun to watch.
Milwaukee trying to ring the bell of Patterson as that pitch on the inside. Good play over at second.
Smooth.
To get the out. Mikey Watson.
We also continue to see some pretty good infielders in this tournament. Athletic, they make it look easy.
We don't see the bright shoes yet today. But the hair of these young people is outstanding, especially when you start considering that some of us are starting to run out of it.
They let it grow, man. They let it go. He looks like he's got that flow. but it's smooth. You know, some of the infielders we've seen in the tournament, I've been really impressed with their footwork, and just really how they're able to stay in rhythm.
Swing and a miss as Serrano falls in a quick 0-2 hole. And, you know, I grew up in a day where it was cool to not have hair, and now, you know, some of us aren't left with that choice.
It's the opposite, but you got nice hair.
I'm okay. I'm holding in. It just as tinted a little differently than it used to be back in the day.
That's experience.
Another ball bounce, evens the count, 2-2.
You know, this is exactly what the White Sox needed right here. Shutdown inning. You know, if he's able to get this batter, you know, it'd be a good inning for them to go back in the dugout and add on to this lead.
Miss again, good at bat. Serrano looked a little overmatched over the first couple pitches, but he's worked himself back into a full count. Isaiah Navajara in the on-deck circle if they can extend the inning. Bounce it to short, 2 hops. Good job over at shortstop by Jones to get another 1-2-3 inning. Milwaukee unable to put anything on the board, trailing 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second. First pitch from Stapleton. Low and away for ball 1. It's going to be Eric Acevedo, excuse me. Or I'm going to say it right, Acevedo.
Acevedo.
He's going to lead off here for the White Sox. Ahead 3-0.
Yeah, this is they're looking to add to their lead, you know. Again, that's a really good inning, last inning for them. Get a shutdown inning and get back in the dugout.
And Stapleton wants to kind of do the best he can with the bottom of this lineup. The top of the lineup has already shown you their ability to get on base, move it over, use the speed. They haven't really shown the power, but the ability to hit to all fields has certainly been in play. Good pitch there for strike 2.
Yeah, and it seems like every team, you know, those first 5 hitters, they're a problem. You know, for pitchers, every team, you know, they got a really, really good top 5, and you know they get things going.
You got Ty Mason in the on-deck circle, and then back around to the top. Jaden Hawkins Those are the 3 due up for Chicago here in the second.
That's a pretty good pitch there. Just missed. Fastball in.
Ball up the middle, and Nabihar unable to get there. It's going to be a single to center. Another leadoff base runner for Chicago.
This is where we got to bear down here. Make sure we, as a defensive, as the defense just gets ready now, they got to be able to look for a ball that they can turn, get a couple outs out of this. But don't be surprised if they try to bunt, steal. Just keep the pressure on the defense.
Serrano is in. First pitch fouled off. Serrano is actually on the grass cut, and again, playing on turf, but we're going to say the grass area of the infield, trying to take that bunt away.
Yeah, it looks like they're going through the signs now. There might be something else on, but they really want to get this guy, the runner to second base.
Short lead by Acevedo. Showed bunt again, but that pitch was well outside.
It's been tough back there for Wright. There's some good velocity coming his way, working in and out, and but he's been able to keep him. He got an out earlier, which was really good for them, but he's been able to keep the ball in front of him.
A bunt attempt was missed there for strike 2. And the thing about Wright, there's not many people who actually volunteered to go behind the dish, put on what they call the tools of ignorance. There's a couple of us sitting up here, and there's only one of us who has said that they would volunteer to put those on at one time.
Yeah.
It'll be a high hopper to short. And now you've got a defensive mistake as Martinez, as he starts to make the transfer, unable to get a good grip on it. And now the White Sox are again back in business. First and second, nobody out.
Yeah, that's right there what we've been kind of talking about, free passes. You got to take your outs when you can get them. Tough error right there, just on the transfer, trying to be too quick.
Hawkins started the game with a bunt single. He came around and scored in the first. Wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to lay it down again here.
Looks like they're kind of letting it up to them, if you want to move the runners or you want to swing, which this is where the third baseman really has to be careful, because if he comes in and gives that runner a clear shot to get to third base.
Pitch fouled off.
So he's got to protect the base. As you see, the coach is kind of asking him, what we're trying to do here. Again, no outs. You bunted earlier and you were successful. You might get a bunt base hit out of it right here, or a sack bunt.
If he lays it down the third base line, he's going to get a hit.
For sure.
Good pitch on the inside edge.
It sounded like he wanted time. Didn't get time from the umpire. It was a little too late. And he's got to grind now, battle with 2.
Good pitch. Was off the plate. Hawkins was not able to get out there. Now they've got another runner in the rundown.
That runner needs to get to second base right now. The runner on first base. He stayed in it long enough to allow the backside runner to get to second. But I believe he thought it might have been 2 outs or 3 outs with that strikeout.
Well, whatever he thought, that's a second out on the base pass for Chicago. They've done a lot of things right, but to this point, it's the base running that has short-circuited some innings.
Yeah, they've definitely given they're giving him some outs on the bases, maybe a little bit too aggressive or just a little lack of focus there. But, you know, that's something that inning right there is one inning they're going to look back and, you know, opting not to bunt, and then also making that mistake. They're gonna really look back at that inning in which they had it back.
Gavin Jones still has an opportunity here to try to make something happen for Chicago. At first and second, nobody out, and now there's 2 outs, runner on second. I tell you what, Wright has had a little trouble handling the ball back behind the plate, but he has been astute in watching the runners get a little loose on the base pass for the White Sox, and he's been able to make a difference that way.
Yeah, he's made a couple big outs.
Jones with the one hopper to first base, and what looked like a tough inning has turned into a rather mundane side for the White Sox as Milwaukee gets out of trouble. First 2 runners get on for Chicago, but no one comes across the plate. We played 2. It's White Sox 3, Brewers 0. Top of the third, here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. Senior division play, White Sox put up 3 in the first, and right now that's been enough to hold. And bottom of the order actually getting ready to turn it back around to the top. Talk about the importance of this batter here, Isaiah Navihar for Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Brewers, you can see they got more energy from that inning, you know, getting out of that inning. So look for them to really do something here in this inning, try to even the score up.
Sometimes when you've got a side like the White Sox, they easily outclassed their opponents yesterday. You jump out to a 3-0 lead, you're getting base runners all over the place, but you can't make the mistakes, and they've done that a couple times here in the first couple of innings.
Yeah, you start getting a little careless, you know, lack of focus a little bit. And that's, you know, usually when the game kind of punch back. So, you know, look for them they got to get back to, you know, doing what they were doing, staying focused, playing good defense. But, yeah, now the Brewers are trying to take advantage of those mistakes.
Navihar, grounder to short. Throw a little bit up the line there by Jones, but good pick and tag by Hamilton for out number 1.
Yeah, Hamilton, really nice athletic first baseman right there to be able to see the ball up the line and being able to get off the base and make a good tag on that. But going back to what I said, good infielders, staying in rhythm, making good plays. We've seen some good ones.
You're looking at Patterson here on the mound for Chicago. As he gets a second swing and miss from Santino Pozos, who lined out to first base to start the game. He's not striking out a lot of guys. In fact, he only has one of those, but he's getting me out. They're really not squaring him up at all.
There goes Pozzo again with some hits, man. It just He's a on-base machine, and that's how everything starts for them. When Pozo goes, he gets on base. They tend to do some big things.
Well, every time I say something, some kids turn around and do something else, and I'm sure the Milwaukee side was happy to hear me say it, because right there, and Patterson, again, had been doing a great job pitching here in the early going, but he left that one up in his zone, and these kids don't miss those too often.
Yeah, no, he made him pay right there. 2 strikes on him, but yeah, he got a good one to hit. Look for him to steal, put some pressure on him, see where they could get.
Cody lined out to right in the first. He's 0 for 1. And we've seen this through this tournament. You'll see it in baseball a lot. You get a guy having a pitch out of the stretch, you get guys on base, and it just kind of changes up the pitcher's rhythm, and sometimes you start seeing them miss.
That's when we played, they said, well, if a pitcher is having a really good game and he's in rhythm and there's not a lot going on, they wanted us to bunt and get him off the mound, and maybe some would disrupt his timing. And you're absolutely right. It's a different look.
That one gets through. Now they're going to try to run here. The ball's cut, but he's able to make it in. And now the Brewers really got something going. Back-to-back singles, and now they've got 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out.
As we mentioned before, when Pozo gets on base, they're really aggressive, and their offense seems to go. Really good job by the hitter right there, staying on that ball, but really pulling it and going back to what we talked about. That's Cody, right? Yeah, he hit it in the 4-hole, and it's automatic first and third. There was a little hesitation around second, which made this close right here, and they ended up cutting it. I thought they had a chance to get him, but it's really good baseball play, pulling the ball in the 4-hole when you got a guy on first base.
Hamilton just missed that one. You saw him stretch out that long frame again, and good job by Cody to be able to get it up underneath that glove. But here the Brewers, again, are in business. Second and third, 1 out. Chance to try to knock some of these runs off of the deficit.
Yeah, they got to be able to get at least 1 here. As they get a pitching. We're gonna go look and take a mound visit, I should say. I think it's slowing down a little bit of the momentum. Like I've said before, they got out of that inning, and it just seemed to get the energy right back to the Brewers dugout, and they've taken advantage of it. That's what they do.
And they've done a lot of that yesterday for sure. They were getting a lot of runs with 2 outs. Like there was not an inning that they just felt like was over. Even as we saw in the last inning when they were taking on Kansas City, they're down to 2 quick outs on like 3 pitches, and then it's grind. And next thing you know, the winning run is standing on second base. And Kansas City again did a good job of getting out of it. But this Milwaukee side has shown that they're not going to give up. That every at bat has got some value to it, and they're going to try to do something with it.
Absolutely, they made it tough yesterday on them.
Pitch fouled off.
To your point, it was pretty impressive to watch. 2 quick outs, and then all of a sudden you have some going on, and I think it's just again a testament to their offense and not giving up, staying, not giving their bats away, staying focused on, getting some runs, and they're in business here to try to make this a ball game.
Kevin Wright fouls that off. Now in a hole 1 and 2. Patterson has gone back to the windup. Chopper to short's going to get a run in. And look at the aggressiveness. That's going to be 2 RBI for Kevin Wright. But more importantly, look at the speed there by Eric Cody. There was no hesitation. And again, the White Sox are just taking their eye off of the of the action because Cody never stopped, and he came right in. He beat that out pretty easily.
What a really nice play. What a nice send by the coach right there. Staying aggressive. That was really impressive. They must have talked about that before, and they must have really they've done that once or twice before. They didn't hesitate at all. As you mentioned, easy ground ball to short. Really nice play right there to be able to steal that run.
That ball drilled, but goes foul.
Now they got the momentum on their side right now.
You hear all of the energy coming from the Milwaukee dugout. And it's gotten a little quiet on the Chicago side.
Yeah, and when we go back to what we talked about, the lack of focus a little bit.
That ball sent out to center field for a base hit.
Yeah, they're fired up. You can hear, that was a big-time play to score from second base, on a regular ground ball.
Kevin Wright has been in the middle of a lot of action here over these first couple of games, yesterday and today. Gets 2 RBI on a ground out, makes the plays behind the plate here.
Yeah, getting
he
some
did
outs.
The pitching yesterday, and all of these guys are just feeding off of each other as we get the courtesy runner Deepray in at first base.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really nice to see, some different kids step up every time. And now there's some adversity on the Chicago side, and you see how they handle that.
First runs that Chicago has given up this weekend. They had 2 shutout victories yesterday. Ball flied out to right. Circling under it and making the catch is Mackmore. But Milwaukee, on an infield grounder, gets 2 in. And we've got us a ball game. 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning. We've had some action in the top of the third, and Milwaukee has gotten back into this ball game. Let's see how Chicago responds to what Milwaukee has done, which has shifted the momentum of this ball game.
Absolutely. And AA, we still talk about that play that happened last inning. Like you said, you mentioned that this is something that the coach probably talked to them about if it came to fruition, and it did.
It's going to be an infield single, third straight inning that Chicago has put the leadoff runner on. Martinez did a good job getting to that and keeping it from getting to the outfield, but the footwork wasn't quite caught up to be able to turn and throw, and it's going to be an infield single.
Yeah, tough play up the middle. He tried to go at it with two hands, and it kind of handcuffed him a little bit to be able to turn around.
And now Chicago swinging the bats. Single to right.
And this is what we see in baseball. I love it. There's just different things that happen on the field that shift momentum, and then all of a sudden now you refocus. You know, you take that early lead, you kind of lay back, you see how they're going to answer, and then they punch back, and now you're back on the attack.
You know, to the point that we were talking about in the last half inning, and we saw the Milwaukee coaches yesterday doing little things. It saved a run early in that game against the Royals, where that ball, they try to back pick, runner back in at first, where they called the interference, where there was a run that was going to score. And he did that. The coaches are just paying attention, trying to get every advantage that they can for their side.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're bringing a lot of energy, you could tell, and they're well coached.
Watson had an RBI single in the first. Fouls that off to the right. And he's quickly in an 0-2 hole.
He reminds me of a guy that's actually in the major leagues right now for the Twins, Martin. He kind of has the same setup, same look. I'm curious to talk to him, see if that's who he models his game after, because it really looks just like Martin. You know, the hair, the setup, really cool right here.
Another chopper. This one's going to go to second. Oh, and that should have been an easy out there, but Navajar, it almost looked like Navajar was more paying attention to his hat. Like he flips his hat off to go make the play.
Yeah.
And he loses, maybe he lost the ball, I'm not exactly sure, but the hat got off, but he just was not able to concentrate on the ball, and just that quick, bases loaded, nobody out.
Just giving, free passes are going to be a problem, especially with these good teams right now. It did look like he took his hat off, maybe see the ball better. But, with the runner and the chopper and the hat flying, there's a lot going on. Yeah.
Here comes Medina, 0 for 1. He grounded out to short.
I love the body language right now on the mound. He continues to just throw strikes. It doesn't matter what happens, just trying to get outs.
That ball fouled off to
As
the
he's
right.
quickly here, 0-2, that's what you need. Put the pressure right back on the hitter.
Stapleton's already over 50 pitches. Another ground ball to second. Navajar has a little trouble getting it out, and yet Milwaukee still turns two.
That is a huge double play. They do. The White Sox do get it wrong, but it just has a chance right here now to just bases loaded, no outs, to just give up one. That's really good.
You get the ground ball, and again, these kids on this team, a little older than maybe on some of the other teams. That ball is driven out to left, but it's going to be caught. Bases loaded, nobody out. Chicago only gets one. Milwaukee staying in this one, trails 4-2. When we come back, it'll be the top of the fourth, and Milwaukee still on the come. It's the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon. We've got a good one here. 4-2 Chicago over Milwaukee. As Chicago scored 3 in the first, Milwaukee got 2 of them back in the top of the third. Chicago got 1, but that was one of the most exciting quick innings that I've seen in some time, Christian.
Yeah, that was that's the definition of baseball. It's just such a high and down, and he gets out of the inning in 10 pitches. And all of that happened in 10 pitches, and really good job. Really good job by him to limit the damage to just 1 run there.
I think the breakdown was it took 6 pitches to load the bases with nobody out, and then the next 4 pitches got all 3 outs and only 1 run scored.
Absolutely.
That's called pitching out of trouble.
Absolutely, and definitely not going to take credit for how the inning, broke down. We got some information right here from our friends, and that was quick, though. That was quick, and it was fun to watch because, like you said, you didn't even have time to really do anything else. You're watching all the action, and then all of a sudden, now wait, he's out of the inning. So that was cool to see, and it hopefully gives them the momentum again. It's just about who takes the momentum.
Second strikeout for Patterson, and it's Cruz who went down both times. Pitch on the outside edge for strike 1. Shepard grounded out to second base his first time up.
As of right now, both pitchers are doing a really good job of keeping their teams in it. Because we both know with these offenses, like especially what we've seen from Milwaukee, it can get ugly in a hurry. They could score 5-6 in a hurry.
And what we've seen, at least to this point, is Chicago likes to get it started early. Guys get up, get on base, and they're bringing the early action. Milwaukee, take a little time to get into it, but once they get it moving, then the offense starts to come.
It kind of rolls, and like we talked about before, kind of as Pozo's at the top of the lineup, he gets on, things start to move, and but definitely the White Sox, from the junior level all the way to the senior level, they like to punch first. They're aggressive.
That pitch was upstairs. Shepard kind of leaned out of the way, but that pitch was actually a little middle, or it was up middle and stuff. So.
Yeah, he didn't see that one. He saw it actually too close to him, but it was a lot closer than he thought.
Shepard goes down swinging, consecutive strikeouts to start the fourth for Patterson. Serrano grounded out to short in the second. High chopper is going to get into the outfield for a base hit.
Gotta love that turf, baby.
And the hops are they're just so high, and it seems unnatural. Although these young guys play on this turf all the time at this point, but you start talking about whether a hop is true or not. These fields are giving a lot of sponge.
They. Especially balls up the middle. We seem to see we saw a lot of choppers.
Swing and a miss by Navajar. He grounded out to short last time up.
If they can get ball in the dirt or turf in the dirt, turf ball. That's what we called it yesterday. Right. Turf ball instead of dirt ball. But if they could get to second base here now, and be able to still get another run across that. So look for him to look for a way to get to second base here.
Navajar just wants to extend this inning because it's Swings it around to the top of the order, and we know that's where a lot of the lightning comes from out of this lineup.
Yep. Turn the lineup over.
Stays alive as he fouls that one back.
You know, these early games, the energy has to be there, you know, to start the game. Just to be able to get the first, you know, punch. But as we've seen, that doesn't always come, especially with this team. Again, we go back to Milwaukee, how relentless they are. Seemed like they've woken up.
3 strikeouts here in the 4th for Patterson and the White Sox. He's got 4 in the game. A little late trouble, but the White Sox are able to get back to the dugout without allowing a run. We're going to go to the bottom of the 4th. It's Chicago 4, Milwaukee 2. Bottom of the lineup due up for the White Sox here in the bottom of the 4th. On top 4-2. A. Moore, Christian Colon. We've got a good one here to start the day. First pitch in for a strike. As Stapleton back on the bump for Milwaukee. Ground ball to short, Martinez. And the throw pulls Shepard off the bag. And it's going to be another leadoff base runner.
White Sox really getting the leadoff guy on base almost every inning. And not necessarily on hits or, you know, there's a lot of free passes being given, you know, and I think that's going to come back, and it's going to be hard to keep this offense for the White Sox down.
Mason to the plate. Attempts to bunt, fouls it back, strike 1. And after that bunt, a little bit of a conversation down there by the third base box.
And that's just good coaching right there, you know, seeing that he's just a little bit overwhelmed and, you know, frustrated at himself for not getting down the bunts. You know, just take a timeout just to encourage him a little bit, slow it down. That's a good awareness by the coach.
Mason reached on an error at shortstop in the second inning.
And sometimes all these young athletes, what they need is to slow down a little bit. You know, not try to make everything happen. See, as right there we see he squared up. It wasn't a strike, pulled back. Really nice.
You see Serrano. He is way in now at third. Tell him to back up just a little bit. Let's see how hard he charges here. That pitch misses.
And what that conversation with the coach really did, just to slow him down and be back in control of the at-bat. And as you see, Now he's back in control, 2-1.
You still want to make Stapleton throw a strike so that you can bunt it. In fact, Stapleton has not thrown a strike in this at-bat, but the first pitch was well up and out of the zone, and Mason still tried to bunt it anyway.
Yeah, right here, just got to give him, let him bunt it. Take the out.
He gets the bunt down, and that's going to be a base hit. No one's there. Stapleton is the one who actually has to chase it, and now it's first and third, and nobody out.
Great bunt. Again, I really believe the talk with the coach was the pivotal moment there, just to slow things down for him. He was able to just slow the game down and be able to really bunt that in a perfect spot when no one was there. Now they got first and third, and they're rolling here.
Everybody was covering somewhere, and that ball nearly made it all the way to the outfield. But what has set it up is for the White Sox. For the fourth consecutive inning, they've put the first two hitters on, and that's what Stapleton has had to pitch through here this entire morning.
Yeah, Stapleton, he's been able to have it's some tough innings, stressful innings. There's a lot of traffic. There's been a lot of traffic on the bases.
Runner takes off. They're going to fire it down to third, concede the stolen bag at second.
Really good job of the base runners. Not getting too crazy, two out. Trying to get to score with no outs. We'll take the base at second base right now, and now you just got to put the ball in play.
The last time Hawkins was up in this situation was first and second. He couldn't get the bunt down on the first pitch, and then ended up not being able to get anything done in his plate appearance as he struck out swinging.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to put the ball in play here now. There's another opportunity, and this is what the game does. This is what the game of baseball is beautiful. We love it because it gives you opportunities, more opportunities.
He's going to go the opposite way. That's going to come through. One run's going to score. There's going to be a play at the plate. No, it's cut off. Two-run single to the opposite side by Hawkins.
Yep.
And it's now 6-2.
Now Hawkins comes in with the big-time hit. That's a huge hit, especially for where they were at in the game. And, that's why the game of baseball, it's great. You get opportunities, and sometimes you come through and others don't.
Defense didn't quite help them, but Chicago took advantage of the opportunity this time as they get those 2 runs that they gave up back.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to compete with these good teams when you give them extra outs.
And the inning has really just started for Chicago. First 3 guys get on base. 2 of them have already scored. And heading into the meat of the lineup, we saw what this lineup was able to do 1 through 5 in the first inning when the first 5 guys got on base.
Yeah, now we're looking at no outs, really good hitters coming up. And that's we talked about the inning before, how cool that was to be able to get out of a mess. Really now it hurts that much more because you already given up 2, and so now no outs, down 6-2. They got a big mountain to climb, but we've seen it done before. So,
and Stapleton has done a good job of pitching around some of the trouble that he's been in, but when you keep putting him in those positions, you can't always expect to get that result.
Yeah.
And as quickly as it turned around in the last inning when the first 2 hitters got on base, or the first 3 hitters, they loaded the bases with nobody out. The trouble has come here in just about the same amount of pitches, and he's still in that trouble.
Yeah, it seems like he's had to pitch with a lot of traffic on today.
Runner takes off right with the cannon, and Hawkins able to get in under the tag. Good throw good action there overall, but it's going to be a stolen base for
Yeah.
Jaden Hawkins.
Really, really nice exchange right there by Wright. Good transfer, and then absolutely bazooka to second base.
Jones 1 for 2, singled in the first, grounded out to first in the second. Stapleton still looks like he's firing the bullets in there.
Yeah, he's definitely competing. He's not, he's not going to stop competing, and that's awesome to see. I'm sure they've done it before, like we talked about yesterday. This Milwaukee team made it really close at the end there with against Kansas City, so they feel like they're still in the game.
Got to find a way to get some outs and try to short-circuit this offensive attack from Chicago.
And this is where Chicago has to stay focused and not give any outs away on the bases like they have before.
Breaking ball off the glove at first base. Another miscue on the infield for Milwaukee.
Ball was ripped to first. Really, really tough play by for the first baseman there. Not much he could do besides try to get in front of it, but yeah, just another miscue there that just allowed the White Sox to keep rolling.
Still nobody out. Mackmore to the plate. He's reached base twice, scored twice, infield single in the third. Runner takes off. Now the question's going to become, is there interference? Wright this time points to the batter.
That's a smart play by Wright right there. It kind of leaned over a little bit. He made sure he bumped into him to get that interference
Well,
call.
you think about it. When they got the interference call in the game yesterday, it was a pitch up and in to the batter who falls out of the way as the runner was stealing third, and they called interference, and that was the end of the inning. This time, the swing brought the hitter into Wright's path to throw to second, although he probably wasn't going to throw to second at all.
Right.
But as soon as he got bumped, he told the umpire, yo.
Yeah, I didn't have a clear lane to throw. And like I said, that was a smart play by Wright to be able to get that. And I bet if I'm a betting man, I'm sure they're gonna give it to him. They're gonna allow to be an interference.
That would mean there's an out, and the runner is going to go back to first base.
Yeah, that'd be a huge play for Milwaukee, especially.
As much as I didn't think it was the right call yesterday, I believe this has got to be the right call today because the batter clearly came into the throwing lane of the catcher.
Yeah. And once again, it was really nice to see Wright take advantage of that, and bump into him.
It's something to, when you know the rules, you can help yourself in a lot of ways.
Especially in this inning, no outs. And that's what he's done. I mean, Wright's thrown some guys out on the bases. He's looked for outs elsewhere, and that's what your leader does. They look for outs when the pitcher's struggling. And here we'll have it looks by the body language.
Yeah, the body language says it all. The coach for Chicago just put his head down. Because if that's the case, the batter's out at the plate, and the runner's going to have to go back to first base. I would imagine. Yep,
you called it. That's exactly what they did. And wow, What a play by Wright. To be able to get this runner back to first base, get it out. Really smart play by the catcher there.
And he was on top of it. Kevin Wright was on top of it right away. As soon as he got bumped, he just turned around and said, "Hey, did you see that?"
Yeah, I wanted to throw, but I couldn't.
Good heads-up play, and Mackmore is retired. He's going to bring up Hamilton. He's 2 for 2, a couple of singles, RBI.
You know, now it's even a bigger deal because if you think about it, they get a ground ball here, they're out of the inning.
Again, Stapleton's been pitching out of trouble, in and out of trouble all day. And while the team trails 6-2, it could be a lot worse.
Absolutely. This could have been, you know, those big innings. And, you know, for the most part, they've stayed away from the big innings. It's been consistent scoring, but they stayed away from the big innings, which is, you know, sometimes what we get to see that put the game away, you know, it's the big innings.
With as much traffic as Chicago has had on the base paths, you would otherwise believe that this game it would be a much bigger spread, but Milwaukee has been able to mitigate that damage. And 1 strike away from getting a second out here. Pitch upstairs.
And, you know, look for Chicago here to get him going at first base, trying to get to second base. Stay out of that double play that will end the inning.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's the second out for Chicago.
That would be really a good baseball play to teach your catchers. You know, that could literally save the game for them and keep them in the game.
Still got Mikey Watts in here trying to do a little damage for Chicago and extend this inning, try to put some more runs on the board. Breaking pitch just off the outside edge, 2-0. I think Stapleton's doing a good job, too, kind of varying his delivery, trying to keep the base runner close to first, not getting timed. And that's what he does right there, but no one is there. They call a balk. That's why it's going to be a run for Chicago.
And this is going to be they want an explanation here, but he clearly just kind of hopped to go to first instead of stepping off. And I think, you know, Chicago does a good job putting pressure on them. 2 outs. They steal this run right here. And there's not much they're going to be able to argue here. You clearly, you know, didn't step off.
And you can kind of hop, if you will, but you've got to deliver the ball.
Exactly.
And what he did was he flinched instead of delivering the ball, and he actually started to run towards him. And at that point, that's where the ball comes in.
And that's really what happened. They caught him off guard, and he just turned. He should have delivered the ball. And so, you know, good for Chicago there. They steal a run, and, again, more breathing room.
It's going to be a ground to third. Good pick and throw over to first, but it goes all the way to the screen.
More free bases. Really routine play right there has to be made. And you can see Wright. You know, Wright's one of their leaders, and he's looking at him, and you know they're showing some frustration right now.
And Stapleton's frustrated too. He didn't even wait for coach to come to the mound to come out of this ball game. I'm sure it's frustrating for him. He did all that he could.
Yes.
But unable to kind of stem the tide here. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll see who the new pitcher is for Milwaukee. 7-2 Chicago on top. New pitcher for Milwaukee, Brayan Deepray. Runner takes off. They're going to fire it down, and it's thrown into center field, which is going to allow the runner to score.
So as we had a really big time play by Wright, and as we thought that was going to really energize Milwaukee's team, it's kind of falling apart here, in the bottom of the fourth, or I should say,
That's
fifth.
it's the bottom of the fourth, and that's the fourth error here in the bottom of the fourth. Runner takes off. Deepray throws it to the backstop.
Yeah, it's getting to a point now where they gotta stop the bleeding, regroup, trying to take the momentum away, because now it has shifted right back to the White Sox.
It's 8-2. Ground ball to second base. Nabahar gets the out, and the inning is finally over. 4 Milwaukee errors helped Chicago score 4 times in the bottom of the fourth. It's 8-2 as we go to the fifth. Top of the fifth inning, A. Moore, Christian Colon, 8-2. Chicago on top of Milwaukee. Pozos hits one on a rope. We're right to shortstop for out number one.
Pozos can really square up a ball. He's done it consistently now for 2 straight days. No luck right there, just right at him.
Eric Cody swings and misses. He's 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the third. Milwaukee's not only working against the scoreboard at this point, they're starting to work against the clock. Get 2 hours to play these games, and there's about 20 to 25 minutes left here, depending on what they got the start time at officially.
That's why they come out swinging. They're aggressive. They're trying to make something happen.
Cody off the end of the bat. Brought in by Mackmore out in right field for out number 2.
Really just finding holes is kind of what the game's about right now. It could have been a completely different inning if that first line drive would have found a hole.
You don't see a lot of it here where teams are shifting and shading a particular way. Everybody's playing pretty much straight up.
Yeah, there's not those analytics that we talked about yesterday, at this level, and which makes, in my opinion, it makes this a lot better for them to learn, read swings and where to play by what they're seeing.
Top foul. And, if you think about it, the way they tend to set guys up, chances are that shot that Pozos just hit, it probably gets through because the way they set those shifts up, the shortstop's normally not playing there.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up because most of the time shortstops and infielders play slight to the pull side of the hitter because statistically, more balls are pulled. And so you're right, that ball would have – but they know he stays with the ball well. They kind of play him straight up. They don't have to worry about moving, and it just kind of right at him. I think if you have a longer size season and more games, you can have more of an example there that you can follow. But
ground ball off. Look at that. Great play by Mikey Watson. That ball was hit off of Hamilton over at first. Hamilton did a good job to get back up and get over to first. Watson delivers it to him, and it's a 1-2-3 frame for Chicago and its defense. We go to the bottom of the fifth, 8-2, White Sox on top. Bottom of the fifth, Chicago on top of Milwaukee here in this senior division matchup. Chicago trying to get to 3-0 in pool play, putting themselves in great position to play for a championship on tomorrow. Milwaukee's going to need a little help if it's going to be able to get back into a position to play for a championship, but we're going to have to get a W here somehow, some way to make that happen. A more Christian Colon bringing you the action as that ball is hit on the ground. Is going to get behind or around Navajar for a leadoff single, fifth straight inning that Chicago has put its leadoff hitter on.
Yeah, they're also relentless in their offensive approach. You know, they just keep coming at you. You know, they're not going to stop. 8-2, you know, towards the end of the game here, they're not going to stop. They continue to get more runs, and as you said, it looks like they're going to do a switch here, straight up.
Yeah, they took Wright from behind the plate and put him at third. Had Navajar over at second, but now, excuse me, that's not. I take that back. That's Serrano who was at second. He had started at third. They moved him to second because Navajar was the person who had started at second. They moved him out of the game. We've got a new catcher in. See who that is here in just a moment.
You know, it looks like
in fact, Serrano is now the catcher. He was at third, and they put him behind the dish.
Yeah, they're just moving things around a little bit. Different look.
Be a stolen base.
But yeah, the White Sox, they're if they hold on to this lead and they win this game, they got a pretty good chance to, you know, play for a championship here tomorrow. And
they will be 3-0 in pool play at that point. The run differential being what it is.
The missed opportunity there to advance the runner to third. Like I said, they're still bunting. They're still playing, to score more runs. So
again, this Milwaukee team has shown that, you know, you give them a little space, they will make a run at you. So they don't want to. Chicago does not want to just say, "Hey, we've got enough." Deep race pitches outside for ball one.
Yeah, I'm sure they watched him play yesterday, and you know, Milwaukee really seems to never be out of it. They can turn things around quick.
Deep Ray throws the fastball by him for strike one.
Really good velocity there. Another big kid. You could tell, you know, sizes on these kids now, man. They're strong. But as we talked about yesterday too, the velocity is nice. It's nice to see, but the command is really what we're after here in this, you know, this level of baseball.
Ball fouled in and out of the glove of Navajar. Milwaukee's got another game to play. They're going to be right here in the next game window, as they will face Gary in the 10:45 slot.
That's going to be our first look at Gary. Let's see how they perform. You know, obviously, if the score stays like this and the White Sox win, Milwaukee's really coming off of 2 losses, and they really want to get stuff, you know, turned around. So definitely look for them to be the aggressor in the next game, or I guess be ready to go right away.
Well, Gary certainly wants to turn things around, as Gary had a tough first day, losing a couple of contests. They lost to the Triple Crown Elite. They lost 11-1, and then They lost to the Indy team. They lost that game 15-0 as ball 4 puts Mason on base again.
That's a lot of runs being scored in this tournament.
That's the aim of the game a lot of times. You know, you can get pitching and defense and try to win games 1-0, 2-1, but you know, we saw the All-Star game, 4 runs got it done, but oftentimes, especially down at this level, you want to score runs.
Yeah, and it's tied up to the free bases. You know, it seems to be, you know, they got to limit the free bases, so a lot of walks, you know, mistakes on the field. They just open up the door for, you know, big innings.
Well, the base on balls has not really been an issue. That was just the second free pass that Milwaukee has allowed here this morning. The issue
Been the defense,
was the defense. 6 errors. In fact, 4 of them came last inning, and that really turned this game around. Deep Ray has missed high side, arm side on 3 straight pitches. And it's going to be a 4-pitch walk. Looks like there's going to be another pitching change here. Or at the very least, there's going to be a bit of a hydration break.
Well, you think they took that from the soccer matches?
I don't know. I know they've got one tonight.
Yeah.
The third place contest is going on today. England and who's the other team that's playing? It's France. England and France will play tonight. Tomorrow it'll be Spain against Argentina for the World Cup.
Did you get to watch any of it?
I've watched more than I thought I was going to watch.
Me too.
Me too. And it certainly was good theater.
Yeah.
The Argentine side, I don't know. They play kind of like Milwaukee does. Hey, let's wait until it gets late and then let's make something happen.
Yeah, no, I have a couple daughters at home that, well, I have 4, but one of them plays soccer, and I watching these games, I get to, you know, learn a lot more. But the true greatness of some of the GOATs that play on this, you know, how good they are, the Messis and the, you know, Ronaldo, and like it was cool to watch. I, you know, sit down. I've never really seen them play.
We've got some good young talent out here on the field right now for Chicago as the bases are now loaded here with 1 out. Again, as much as they were talking strategy and trying to otherwise get Deep Ray to lock back in, it's hot out there. And so the guys were getting a little hydration break going, and hopefully now that'll allow Deep Ray to lock back in as he gets 2 quick strikes here on Gavin Jones.
Yeah, you could tell that really helped him right there. Take a break because he's come back throwing really hard and throwing strikes right now.
Misses upstairs.
It's only going to get hotter.
Yeah,
so if you're like they always told me, if you're thirsty, it's too late.
Tried to get that outside edge, just misses there, evens the count at 2. And again, Milwaukee's got to play the next game. You know, Chicago gets to go and sit down in a little bit, try to find some shade somewhere. I'm sure they'll be hydrating a bunch.
Yeah, go get some food, relax for a little bit. Milwaukee has to come right back and toughen this one out, you know, and just try to get a W.
Again, for Chicago, one more win puts them in a championship on tomorrow. So they're going to be locked in. Milwaukee pretty much going to be playing out the string Pitch hit up the middle. Base hit for Jones. 1 run will score. Here comes the second. Here comes the throw. A little bit up the line. It's going to get past Serrano, and the runners will advance. 2 more runs for the White Sox, and it is now 10-2.
Yeah, really good job staying on that. You know, if we remember, if we talk about the first couple of pitches after the hydration break, he looked overmatched, but he made an adjustment and got that ball right up the middle, ground ball, hard ground ball. 2 more runs score, 1 out, second and third. They can score more here.
Another hit here probably as that ball sails to the backstop. Runner's going to try to score, and he does. And now basically the game-clinching run is standing on third base. It is now 11-2, and the mercy rule is in effect.
That was really athletic by that runner. Be able to come in like that, quick slide. It made it look easy. I mean, again, we've seen some athletes out here.
Milwaukee trying to get a quick out, maybe get one more at bat.
They're bringing the infield in, trying to prevent this run right here.
Still just 1 out. Milwaukee wants to get another at bat. They're going to have to find a way to cut that run down at the plate. Dupre misses there. Runner's coming. Here's the play at the plate. The runner is safe, and that's going to be the ball game. Another wild pitch.
You know, I tell you
Allows
what,
the run to score and gives a run rule victory to Chicago.
I tell you what, Milwaukee better regroup here quick and be ready for this next game and try to flush this one. It's over. You know, the White Sox, and they want to get to the championship, so they did what they had to do today.
Again, this game had some seesaw action early, but the last couple of innings, Chicago finally was able to really capitalize on the extra opportunities that Milwaukee gave it through errors, some wild pitches, and timely hitting. Chicago did a great job of getting the hits that allowed them to get on base and bring all those runners in. The last 2 runs scoring on consecutive wild pitches, and Chicago advances with a 12-2 win, goes to 3-0 in pool play. Milwaukee, with this loss, falls to 1-2 and pretty much takes them out of the mix for a championship. But they still get another opportunity to play, Christian. Like you said, they're set to start at about 10:45, and they will take on the Gary team, and we'll have all that action right here. But talk a little bit about Chicago and what they did to be able to get with this victory.
Good morning, RBI family, and welcome to day 2 of the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. We hope everyone enjoyed an exciting first day of competition. On behalf of the Kansas City Royals, the Kansas City Royals Foundation, and the Kansas City Royals Urban Youth Academy, we're glad to have you back and wish all of our athletes, coaches, families, supporters another great day here at the Urban Youth Academy. As competition continues, here are a few important reminders. Please continue to help us take care of the facilities we're using throughout this weekend. Please clean up after yourselves and help us leave each facility better than we found it. Respect all playing areas, including dugouts, bullpens, batting cages, and restrooms. Metal spikes, gum, sunflower seeds, peanuts, tobacco products, vaping devices, alcohol are not permitted. Show respect for your teammates, opponents, coaches, umpires, staff, volunteers, and spectators at all times. As you take the field today, remember that every pitch, every at-bat, every inning is another opportunity to compete, learn, and grow. The MLB Nike RBI program is about developing leaders on and off the field. And we are proud of the way you represent your teams and communities. Compete with integrity, learn from one another, make the most of every opportunity, and most importantly, enjoy the experience. Good luck to all of our teams today. Keep chasing your goals. The road to Vero Beach continues. Play ball.
Good morning, and we're back here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. It's the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. I'm A.A. Moore. I'm here with Christian Colon, our World Series champion, former Kansas City Royal, amongst others. How many teams you play with?
I played for the Miami Marlins, played the Cincinnati Reds, Toronto Blue Jays. Hey, keep going on and on.
Wherever they gave him a roster spot, that's where he was. And
yeah.
But where we are here is we've got the Gary RBI team, the Rail Cats, taking on the Milwaukee RBI team, the Brewers, here in senior division action. The Brewers have already played today. They lost 12-2. They are 1-2 in pool play, and unfortunately, for all intents and purposes, they have been eliminated from championship consideration. The Rail Cats, it's their first ball game today, but they struggled yesterday in their two contests, dropping decisions to the Indy team. They lost 15-0 in that game, and they lost 11-1 to Triple Crown Elite. But we are all ready to go. Teams have gotten their warm-ups in, and the leadoff batter is going to be Darian Wiggins. And we'll go through their lineup in just a moment. It's going to be Eric Cody on the hill for Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's the first look at Gary here for us. Milwaukee played 2 games and that we've covered, and we've really. It's sad to see them get eliminated, but at the same time they get another game to showcase their skills here, and really good offense like we've talked about. They were relentless, but too many free passes came back and really just didn't get an opportunity to move on.
Like I said, we'll get to this Gary lineup in just a minute. That ball smoked, but right to third base, where Mathazima was able to make the catch for the first out. Let's go through the lineup for Gary. Darian Wiggins, you saw him leading off. He's playing left field. Zane Scott will bat second and play second. Nathaniel George will bat third and is in center field. The cleanup hitter is the third baseman, Nate Weathers. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Emmanuel Smith. And batting sixth is the shortstop, Eric Tolbert. Hitting seventh is the catcher, Matthew Petro. And batting eighth will be the right fielder, Josiah Artest. Hitting ninth will be the pitcher, Ashton Earls.
This is an offense that looks pretty athletic, just like many of these kids. Just very athletic, put the ball in play. They can run. Let's just see if they can limit the free bases.
Again, Milwaukee, they've played very well, certainly at times. You see them with 2 defeats in the last 2 contests, but in any other way, as you've watched them play, you've seen good ball players make good ball plays, although the defense did let this Brewers side down in the opening game today. Yeah,
no, absolutely. I think, it's a learning experience for everybody out here. There's things they wish they would probably have, replay back just like every tournament. But, in reality is they got their work in. They overcame some good, adversity. And, they seem to be ready for this game right here, even though, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for them in terms of getting to the championship. But they're getting some work in, and they're enjoying their time here.
And you talked about reps earlier in this tournament and how reps are what make you better. Just the opportunity to keep getting out there and applying your skills and working on your craft. And these teams are certainly getting it, as Milwaukee has now played. This is the 4th game that they've played since yesterday.
Yeah, mainly just learning how to come back from some adversity and also mistakes that are made. Being able to come back and fix some of those and kind of leave on a good note.
Eric Cody, we've seen him in a lot of places. He's on the mound.
Amazing athletic play last game from Cody. Scoring from second base on that chopper to shortstop. That was impressive. I know it got your attention. It definitely got mine, too.
Indeed. It's just showing the awareness of what happens on the base paths, and we talked about in the last game, this Milwaukee staff and these players, they're all, they've all been very astute as far as the things that are going on the field at any particular time. So, it's certainly great to see them continue to compete here. And this Gary side, again, the offense really hasn't come together in the first 2 games, but they're hoping to get something started here as they get a 2-out walk there to George, and Weathers, the big third baseman, is in the box now for the Railcats.
Like we've always said about the game of baseball, you're, blooping the blast away from making some noise. So, the first couple of games were probably tough, but they're looking to bounce back, and, they got a runner on right now with 2 outs.
And Weathers fouls that one off of his foot for strike 2, and I didn't, for whatever reason, at least I don't recall it. It's been many years since I played. I just don't remember fouling a lot of balls off of my foot and my leg. You see guys foul balls off their knees now. It's just amazing how quickly sometimes guys get around and moving on pitches and stuff. And guys getting hit in places they didn't get hit a lot.
I think we were all taught how to stay, really through the ball and use the opposite part of the field. So nowadays, the kids are really pull happy, and they seem to really, like you say, hit themselves a lot, just on pitches that are right there.
Well, that call, strike 3, gets Milwaukee out of trouble in the first. Gary got a 2-out walk, left them stranded. We played half an inning. The Railcats nothing. The Brewers coming up. Bottom of the first inning here between Gary and Milwaukee. And we'll get the lineups here for the Brew Crew. Leading off and playing center field is Santino Pozos. Batting second and doing the pitching is Eric Cody. Batting third, the shortstop, Kevin Wright. And hitting in the cleanup spot will be the designated hitter, Lucas Stapleton. Batting fifth is the first baseman, Leonel Hernandez. And hitting sixth is the third baseman, Giovanni Serrano. Batting seventh is the left fielder, Emilio Cruz. Hitting eighth is the second baseman, Alfredo Mathazima. Batting ninth and doing the catching is Emilian Martinez. And playing out in right field as the designated player or designated fielder is Brian Depre. All going up against the Gary starter, Ashton Earls. So Pozos has been the igniter for this Milwaukee offense. When he's on base and doing things, this offense really gets to going, and I'm sure Earls and this Gary team will be looking to try to kind of keep that in check.
Yeah, that's the recipe for success for the defense and Gary is to keep Pozos off the base path, and he's been squaring up balls. He's been aggressive. Really good showing for him this tournament. He's impressed, open up some eyes. Can run and can really get on base.
At pitch, pop foul, still in play, but it's going to fall foul and out of play. Again, not a lot of foul room here at the Motley Family Field here on the grounds of the Urban Youth Academy. Marvelous facility still. Just
beautiful.
You're not going to have that old Oakland Coliseum, the old Candlestick Park.
Yeah, a lot of room.
And you could run for days out there.
Yeah, I hated striking out there in Oakland because you had the long walk back.
There's a drive by Pozos deep center field, and it's going to get behind the entirety of the Gary defense. Pozos is on second, and he's working the third, and he's going to have a stand-up triple to lead off the bottom of the first.
Here we go again. Nothing changes. Really good. Staying through the ball right there. Really good swing. And as you can tell, he can run. He can run, stand-up triple easy. So look for this offense now to get going. It seems like, 1 and 2 right here. With Cody, they just find a way on, and that's when their offense rolls.
Who else can run is Nathaniel George out in center field. That ball beat him, and when balls have been able to get to the wall out here, especially with guys with that kind of speed like Pozos, those turn into inside the park home runs, and yet George was able to track it down and get it in and hold, if you can say hold, Pozos to a triple.
Yeah, we definitely seen that big gaps. That ball burnt him, but he hustled to get it, like you said, and got it in quick. Good job trying to keep him there, really nice.
Yeah, having to cover all of that ground out there is probably a little more than some of these teams are used to on a week-to-week basis. It's 400 feet to center field. Those power alleys are probably in the 365 to 375 range. So a lot of ground to have to cover.
Yeah, I was lucky to play with guys like Lorenzo Kane and Gerard Dyson that could cover a lot of ground. And it was really impressive to watch them, day in and day out, go out there and track balls in the gap that, most people don't get to, most center fielders don't get to. So that was a treat to watch, and definitely got to cover ground for sure in center.
So it'll be a walk for Cody, putting runners on the corners here to start the ball game for Milwaukee. Kevin Wright will get his opportunity here. Try to put Milwaukee on top.
It's another one of their leaders, top of the lineup, good bat. Has shown a lot of flashes of good ball player. Just all around, good arm, pretty strong kid, and even showed us some baseball IQ with that play early on with the interference call.
He has been in the middle of the action, as is guys like Pozos and Cody. Earl's trying to shorten that stride up just a bit to try to keep Cody on first base. And that's an art, too, with these guys. They've got their regular routine, their regular wind-up, regular from the stretch. But when you get a guy on first base, man, you got to try to do all that you can to quicken the pace home to keep those guys anchored at first.
Yeah, it changes the look. It changes kind of the rhythm that you're trying to find as a starting pitcher. We always talk about the pitcher settling down. It just makes it tougher and harder, longer for you to settle down when you got to go from the stretch or the windup.
In fact, they called a balk. That pitch won't count, and it'll be the first run in for the Brewers.
We've seen a lot of balks here, and you see the umpire kind of letting them know, what he did wrong, which is great. Again, it's all about learning. It's all about knowing how to handle, some of these calls and some of the failure that they're going through. That's there's been a few call, especially on the not stopping. They're just kind of rolling through that stop.
Cody takes off, fired down the third, and Cody is in with a stolen base.
Can't really teach speed. Saw him score from second earlier today. Seems like he's always running, always, taking that extra base.
Petro, though, had a strong throw down the third. Nearly was able to take Cody off the bases. Ground ball up the middle and gets through. RBI single for Kevin Wright, and it's 2-0 Milwaukee.
Yeah, they're looking to, again, continue to get some hits, continue to put pressure on. If you're Gary, you got to stop the momentum here. Let's try to get an out.
That'll bring up Lucas Stapleton. He had one in the first game that if he had straightened it out would have been the first home run that got up over the fence. He really gave it a ride down the left field line.
Yeah, he really did. He pulled that ball good. It was way foul, but, man, it had the distance for sure.
Big, strong kid. He was the starting pitcher in game one. Just had to try to work out of a little too much trouble, and his defense let him down a little bit and led to the result in that ball game.
Yeah, a lot of traffic. Had to do with a lot of traffic, and like you said, had to overcome a lot of misplays on defense. But really, overall, competed well, and one of their best hitters here, and they're going to take a little breather here.
Hey, you gotta throw strikes. That's one thing, but when he's throwing strikes, Milwaukee is jumping all over those pitches and stuff, and so it's a tough go here already for the Railcats, and we've seen mostly teams that have had the major league affiliations. The Railcats are the one of the minor league teams that plays independent ball out in Gary, Indiana.
Yeah,
they don't like being called a suburb of Chicago because they really aren't, but they're real close to the Illinois state line in where Chicago is, and so I know those Railcat games are rather popular over there, and it's a lot of things, but a lot of people recognize that as the home of the birthplace of the late great Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
and Tito too.
Absolutely, no, and I think the one thing I got a chance to go last year. I was coaching with the Monarchs, Kansas City Monarchs, and we got a chance to go and play Gary. And like you said, the atmosphere of the ballpark was really nice. The team was decent. They played us really well. They gave us a lot of trouble, and I think that the fans really were engaged and they knew baseball. So it was definitely fun to go there.
Mound visit over. Let's see if Earls can respond. Fastball inside for ball two. It's another thing that he's having a little trouble. He's falling behind hitters, and when you've got to come to them and they're sitting dead red on something, generally fastball middle in or wherever they like it.
Yeah, you expect Stapleton to really hit the ball hard right here, 2-0. There's been a couple meetings already, kind of slowing down the.
Sure, they also want to make sure they're on the same page, especially with Wright standing on second base. Mm-hmm. Maybe not as much at this level, but you don't like guys standing out there at second base, peeking in, seeing what the sign is, and things like that. So maybe something to switch up ultimately.
Yeah, that's definitely what it looked like, and that's That's something for them to learn too. Mixing things up a little bit, just being able to just not make it that easy for them to see. Hey, I'm throwing a fastball here. It's just part of the game now. Ever since the Astros, I guess, kind of exposed them out there, but it's just been always part of the game.
Here's the 2-1. That ball driven to center field. The catch is made by Nathaniel George for out number 1.
Decent swing, line out. You got to take that as a win. You did everything you could do right there. Again, we talked about all weekend. We've been talking about having a little bit of luck. Required. You need that in this game. Finding holes.
That'll bring up Leonel Hernandez. He's played all over. Played some first, left field, right field. But he can swing the bat as well.
I believe he pitched for them too.
Yep.
Really good arm. Yeah, he looks to swing early.
Good pitch on the outside edge for strike 1. Two nothing your score. Gary trying to limit the damage. And Kevin Wright out there causing some havoc. Earls is trying to keep Wright close over at second.
Yeah, you could tell he's looking to go. It's a perfect time for him to go here, and so they're trying to keep him close.
They're trying to jockey back and forth between the shortstop and second baseman, but it has not shortened Wright up at all.
Yeah, they're kind of playing with the looks, the timing when he goes home, and credit to Gary and their defense for identifying that and not just letting Wright just steal third base easily right here. They're trying to keep the runs down. No big innings, and that's something that I'm sure they've learned from the previous 2 games they've played. Let's just try to keep the stolen bases down.
They have yet to throw to second, but trying to do all they can. The Railcats are to keep Wright where he is, but then he throws the wild pitch, and Wright's going to get third base on the wild pitch. Looked like a little bit of an overthrow there by Earls on the mound.
And you sit back and you think, well, that's how they start, it starts snowballing and getting frustrated because you've done a good job up to that point to keep him at second base, and you just let one go right there, and he's able to just walk into third easily. It's kind of it just kind of breaks your spirits there.
Breaking pitch upstairs evens the count at 2-2. Gary's been out there a little while, even though they've only given up 2 runs. Again, it is getting warmer and warmer outside. Temperature due to hit the low 90s. Ball down and in, runs the count full.
In the low 90s, but humid. And so be sweating a lot.
On that field turf out there, it's probably feeling like 105 or so out on the field.
Yeah, definitely hotter on the field, and these young athletes got to make sure they're hydrated. And
there's a drive, but it's been hooked foul. That had home run distance, just out in front on that pitch right there.
Really looking to turn on the ball. You could tell really quick bat speed there, quick hands.
Earls is going to have to work down. If he stays up there, he's putting himself in harm's way. That ball is downstairs, a little too far downstairs, and it's going to be a walk. Good at bat there by Hernandez after falling behind 0-2.
I don't really. I don't mind that walk at all there. I think, sets up the double play. And I think it gives you another opportunity to restart the count with the new hitter. And again, if they can turn a double play here, it works out.
And we saw the power there from Hernandez Serrano, at least through these first couple of games. Has not shown the same ability to strike the ball deep and possibly over the head of the outfielder. So maybe you set yourself up with a better opportunity, as you said, to get that double play.
Yeah, I feel like they were being really careful with Hernandez there. So maybe look for them to, just be a little bit more aggressive here against Serrano.
Still upstairs, just having trouble staying in the zone. And the teams that have been successful out here these first couple of days are teams that can pepper that strike zone and get the offenses to swing at their pitch as opposed to just you serving up whatever you want. That pitch is inside, and it's going to be a stolen base.
Yeah, you nailed it. There's two things that we're really seeing here. It's teams that are able to minimize when the free passes, they have a chance, and also, with the pitching being in the zone and working ahead, which is the base and the foundation of a good baseball team.
Gets the 3-0 in for a strike. Milwaukee looking to do more damage here. Already with 2 on the board. Now 2 more runners in scoring position.
We got an interesting setup here by the defense with the second baseman and the first baseman kind of playing in, and the shortstop and third baseman staying back. Gary probably feels like they're going to attack Serrano away, and maybe he puts that ball in play there and they can come home. Now the second baseman backs up a little bit, but they're kind of in between, halfway.
Full count delivery. And it ends up hitting Serrano, and it's going to load the bases. And Earls has been out there for a lot of pitches, even though he's only faced 6 batters.
Now you got Cruz, another guy that doesn't strike out very much. He's going to put the ball in play. So the best scenario here is ground ball back to the pitcher, go home, and try and turn a double play.
He's had some counts where he's fallen behind and gotten back in it. He's had some other counts where he's gotten ahead and unable to finish the hitter off. It's just not coming together here in this first inning for Ashton Earls.
Yeah, teams that have struggled, you could see the consistency just isn't there.
That ball lifted out to left field. Wiggins has it. It's going to be cut off, sacrifice fly. RBI for Milo Cruz, and it's now 3-0.
That was a really good job by Wiggins to throw the ball low enough where they could cut it, and those 2 runners didn't advance to second and third, which, you talk about the little things. You always look for the positive and things you do out here, and you always remind your players of the good things that they're doing as much as you want to, teach them some of the stuff that they might forget here and there.
It's going to be Alfredo Mathuzima That first pitch is in the dirt. And
Going back to that play, him throwing the ball low enough where those guys didn't advance could potentially prevent a run here. As that ball gets away, he probably would have scored if he was at third base. So, little things like that, it matters. And that's what we're out here to, these games, to be able to explain to the fans and everybody, some of the reps they're getting.
high chopper to third. And it's going to be an infield single. That was a tough hop there for Weathers to try to play. It was one of those in between. If he had came in, chances are it actually would have gotten over his head because it had just bounced so high.
Yeah, he actually ended up barehanding this ball, and I think it surprised him that he got it. It was really a nice play by him, but just too much speed right there.
Ball pelted foul for strike one. As Emilian Martinez becomes the ninth hitter here in the first for Milwaukee. Let's see, you got 2 strikes here on the number 9 hitter. Earls is going to try to finish this off without having to go to too many more pitches.
There you see telling him his catcher, my bad, I'm yanking the ball a little bit too far off the plate. So, he knows he's got to make an adjustment here, and it's got to happen quick here.
Misses again away.
I think as coaches we got to get these guys to understand how hard it is to hit. Even BP, you got a coach throwing BP to you right there, and hitters, most of the time we pop them up or we miss-hit them. It's hard to square up a ball. So being in the zone, strike one, it's important.
Here's the 2-2 inside, and the count's going to go full.
Look for some action here as the runners get going.
Earls has been out there quite some time. He's pushing 40 pitches here in the first inning.
Yeah, it's been a while. He's been out there grinding. This is where you can, also inside turn and maybe get an out, where you don't have to deliver a pitch, but you can catch him sleeping out there on the bases.
Runners take off. Ground ball to third. This time he tries to take the short hop, Weathers does, and is unable to make the play, and it's going to load the bases.
This is the worst possible scenario for them now as the lineup turns over. Pazos is ready. Obviously, we know what he could do. We're going to have a pinch runner. But this is the worst case scenario for them now. After you could have ended the inning, now you got bases loaded with their best hitter up.
Yeah, Lucas Shepard in the run at first base for Martinez. Earls goes to the windup. And inside out it in the right field. 1 run will score. Second run coming in. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Before it gets to the plate, 2-run single for Pozos.
Is back at it with another hit. Again, staying through the ball. He just seems to find holes every time he puts the bat on the ball. He's really been a star for them this whole entire weekend.
It's now 6-0. And Cody is up. He walked and scored. There's a shot, but popped up on the infield. Second baseman, Zane Scott. Pulls it in, and that's going to retire the side. 6 runs on 4 hits. 2 runners left on base. We've played 1 inning. Milwaukee is on top of Gary, 6-0. Top of the second we go. A.A. Moore, Christian Cologne here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. Milwaukee puts a 6th spot up in the bottom of the first. And now Gary's going to try to answer. Emmanuel Smith, first baseman, will lead it off against southpaw Eric Cody.
Yeah, really, Milwaukee had a big inning right there. Gary could have really stopped it, but some misplays, on defense just kind of led to a big inning there.
If you're Eric Cody, you want to come out, you want to throw strikes. Try to get your team back in the dugout and get that pretty heat-worn Gary squad back out in the field, but he's missed it on his first 3 offerings here in the second.
Yeah, that's definitely the key of this inning is getting them right back in the dugout, keep the momentum, shut down inning.
3-0 swinging. And they're going to give the out there. Good strong throw from Kevin Wright. Looks like there was a little indecisiveness as to who was going to take the play. Was it going to be Wright, the shortstop, or was it going to be Mathazima, the second baseman? Wright said, "I'll take it," and ends up getting Smith by half a step.
Yeah, Wright with a really strong arm right there. He just barely got him. But that was a tough play. It's surprised to see a swinging 3-0. But, almost was the base hit. It was kind of a little bloop over the pitcher's head, and nice play by Wright.
Cody may have held on to that a little too long.
He's laughing and just, definitely held on to that one long.
Even when you're swinging 3-0, you look for maybe pitches in places that you can drive. Was there a place that you liked? Everybody likes it middle, I'm sure, but was there any particular zone that you're like, yeah, if you throw it here, I got you.
Yeah, I really love the fastball, like middle in, kind of low a little bit. But one thing is I wasn't good enough to swing 3-0. They wouldn't let me. But that, we're hitters that can drive the ball out of the ballpark. That's not a bad count, to really get it.
Kind of ambushing pitchers who just want to get a strike over.
Yeah, I remember maybe 3 times my whole career where I kind of let go. 3-0 count, I let it go, and maybe one of those 3 being successful ones.
Did you otherwise? Was there any admonishment for swinging on 3-0, especially if you didn't come through?
Yeah, that was like the thing. It's like you either swing at a borderline pitch, a pitcher's pitch, and you could have been a walk, and then you ended up grinding out, and you're like, what am I doing? That was like a really tough time, accepting that, you just kind of went for it, and it didn't work out.
You're thinking about it going back to the dugout, having to look at everybody's face.
Yeah, everybody's reaction, and your coach telling you, what are we doing? You don't have the profile to really swing 3-0. If we really wanted you to swing 3-0, we would tell you, and all these different things, But I saw a lot of good hitters do it, 3-0, guys that could, again, leave the ballpark and hit homers.
Cody misses there after giving up a 5-pitch walk to Eric Tolbert. Got Matthew Petro now up, runner on
Really,
back.
with the pitching nowadays, as you continue to move up, these kids will know, and they'll see that the pitching's gotten that much better because they're throwing harder and they're stronger. And so if they do get to 3-0, I feel like they're more inclined to swing just because the stuff is better. They're throwing harder, so they know, hey, might as well, 3-0, he's got to come right there. I got to take advantage of this opportunity.
Cody having some trouble finding the strike zone here in the second. Misses down and in again. Another throw down.
Well, this is really when it comes down to it. This is not what you want in terms of being out there for a long time. As the defense prepares, Cody's moving the infielders, and he's trying to get a ground ball here, just get him back in, but it's definitely got to be in the zone.
Got a 4-pitch walk there, and you think about the leadoff batter had a 3-0 count, Emmanuel Smith, and Smith ends up swinging on 3-0. This could be a bases loaded, nobody out situation. As it is, it's already first and second, and I think the question there is Cody.
Hydration time.
Right, and again, these are this is not a bad idea,
I think they implemented that rule here recently, just because how hot it is, and I think they're doing a good job making sure they're hydrated. But he's going to take his time, get a water bottle, talk about a little bit of what's going on, take a break, and usually we've seen these guys come back and do a good job. Now the whole infield is taking some water too. They're just energizing themselves. So, but like you said, you mentioned it could have been bases loaded, nobody out. Give the credit to Wright for making a good play right there. That could have been a completely different inning.
Cody has thrown 13 pitches here in the second. 11 of them have been out of the zone, and only one of them has been a called strike. There's been no swing and miss.
So Gary has an opportunity to answer back here. Like we talked about, not trying to get all 6 of them back right away, just, one at a time.
Try to pick off at second.
And I've talked about this before. The pickoff attempts, I haven't seen not one guy yet get in front of the runner. They all stayed behind, and they for the most part on that one, they know that they're going to have a pick. They got to get in front of that base to be able to get a clear throw, you know.
Yeah, I know they teach that at the upper professional levels. As that ball is hit right to center field, it's going to get down. First hit of the game. Almost had an opportunity to get a force at second, but there was no one covering second. But it matters not if you're Josiah Artest, because he's saying, hey, I got a base knock here, and now the bases are loaded.
Now they're in business. They got putting some pressure on Milwaukee. You know, they can come back and make this a game right here.
Ashton Earls looking for an opportunity to help himself here. Had a tough bottom of the first, but now a chance to get some runs on the board. Bases loaded, one out.
One thing you do not want to see here is Gary make a mistake on the bases. You see the coaches letting them know. Most likely we're not trying to be too aggressive on a line drive, man. We got to freeze and let that ball get into the outfield.
Earl swings and miss.
Looks like he's attacking him with some off speed early. Got him off balance a little bit.
Gary just want to try to put the ball in play here. Instead, the fastball gets past Earls for strike three, and there are now two outs.
This where you could have had a really, really, big inning right there if you put the ball in play. You just never know what could happen. Unfortunately, he couldn't come through right there, but still got one more out to work with.
You got top of the order, and it's Darian Wiggins. He smoked one in to lead off the ball game, but it was right at third base. Bases loaded. Not the quickest or cleanest inning for Milwaukee, but a chance to try to get out unscathed. That ball gets to the backstop. Yeah, real
really
fortunate.
Good job by the runners to get back. You know, the second base runner kind of got out there, expecting the third base runner to get there. But, it just bounces back. Like you said, there's not a lot of foul room out here. It bounces back. Some of them, they kind of stay and you can read them. So it's really a coin flip on whether you should go or not.
Got to get that good secondary, too, to give yourself an opportunity to try to score on those. But I don't think that would have even worked on that one just because of how hard it bounced back. But it's 3-0 here with the bases loaded. Gary with a chance to get on the board. And that's what is going to happen, a 4-pitch walk. And Gary has its first run of the ball game.
Yeah, they came back right there and good at bats. And then now we're a gapper away, man, from having all these runs score and having ourselves a game here.
Zane Scott struck out swinging in the first. First pitch in there for a strike. Just trying to capitalize if you're Gary. A big hit here probably scores two. Swing and a miss there by Scott.
This is with Scott. You can't do too much. Now go back to your two-strike approach here. Put the ball in play. You can find a hole. You never know what could happen.
Choked up on the bat. Trying to get a little better bat control here. Pitch downstairs. That pitch was behind him. We've seen a couple of those, and those are just guy holding on to the ball a little too long.
Yeah, he's done that a couple times now, and I think it's actually helping him because it's effectively wild. And, the hitters can't get too comfortable.
Left the breaking pitch up. It's in the air, and it's going to be snagged by the second baseman, Mathazima, and that's going to retire the side. Gary gets one hit, surrounded with 3 walks to get on the board. It's now 6-1 as we go to the bottom of the second. So I've played travel ball probably from the time I turned 10 or 11.
It was not like it is now.
Bottom of the second inning. It's 6-1. Milwaukee on top of Gary. Couple of long half innings on both sides. We'll get to some changes on the defensive side. for Gary here in a moment. First pitch hit out the right field for a leadoff single for Eric Cody. Excuse me, for Kevin Wright.
Kevin Wright once again in the middle of everything, getting things started for their team here, and that's exactly what you want to do, answer right back.
So some of the changes here, Zane Scott, who was at second base, is now in the game, and he's pitching. We've got Edwin Otero has taken over at third base. David Brayboy is behind the plate, and look at that throw. He nearly was able to gun down Kevin Wright. And Josiah Thompson, he comes into the game. He's going to play second base, and he's going to hit in the spot previously occupied by Ashton Earls.
Yeah, really nice throw there. There's too much speed from Wright. He got a good jump too, but really nice throw.
And the most important part here, hopefully for Zane Scott, is throwing strikes. Throws one there. Ball lifted up in short center field. Catch made by Nathaniel George for out number one.
You know, I point this out because this matters in these games. Again, once again, learning what you're doing, it's important even when the play is not for hit to you. Zane Scott did a good job backing up the play right there in case there's a throw to third. And, I mean, I could hear from here the center fielder calling the ball right there. And that triangle, you know, sometimes it gives us problems. Infielders trying to make that play, but he called everybody off early and got the catch there.
One out. Hernandez is now up to the plate. He walked and scored in the first. You know, when you're in the major league ballparks, and in some minor league ballparks, I'm sure the same thing. They may have a pickoff here, which they do, and Kevin Wright is out of there. And there's that inside turn that you were talking about, and they finally were able to make it work to get the pickoff at second base.
Yeah, that's going to give him some life. That's going to give him some life, keep that momentum after scoring one run. You know, they're able to get a shutdown inning here if they could get, Hernandez out here. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out, but that was really nice. Inside turn move right there.
Scott misses inside. Well, I was trying to get at, you were talking about calling the ball off, but in major league parks, sometimes, man, they're making a ton of noise.
Yeah.
Is it really that hard to hear? Because I've seen some guys run into each other or almost run into each other. How difficult could it be to hear in those kind of environments?
Very difficult. It's big. You know, you got the big stadium with the loud fans, and usually the ball goes up and the fans think it's a homer right away, so they go crazy. But a lot of times we're taught two things. You know, if you can hear me, let's call it out early. But also we have hand signs where you just wave them off.
And there you go. You see it right there. Hand signals, calling them off. Good play made over at third base by Edwin Otero, and the side is retired. One hit, but a good pickoff play. Erased that base runner, and no run scored here for Milwaukee. We've played two. Brewers on top of the Railcats, 6-1. It's the 2026 MLB RBI Central Region Tournament brought to you by Nike. Gary and Milwaukee are in the top of the third inning. Railcats trying to come back after allowing 6 runs in the bottom of the first inning. They got 1 in the top of the second. And they're going to have to do it against the new pitcher for Milwaukee, Santino Pozos. Comes in. He's now on the mound, and now in center field was the starter, Eric Cody.
We've seen what Pozos can do, you know, hitting-wise. This is our first look at him, you know, as a pitcher. So, so far, you know, he's throwing strikes.
Misses down and in. You know, guys nowadays, they say they do this just to simply replicate the delivery. It's a lot easier to do it when you just get in the stretch. That ball lifted out to Cody. Is he going to be able to get there? He does.
What a play.
For out number 1.
He possibly read that, you know, maybe took a step back initially, but he made up with it with his speed. And what a play coming in right there on a hot turf.
Well, hopefully all of his skin is still intact.
Yeah.
You know how that can happen. You get out there and slide, and part of your elbow or part of your knee is out there on the turf where you laid out.
I have many of those, and then you got to go in and shower. It's like, oh, that stings. Nice play right there. He's you know, he's Cody. Like I said before, he's showcasing speed and athleticism this weekend.
Pozos misses twice.
You could tell Pozos is starts from the stretch, so there's not a lot of moving parts. He's not trying to overthrow at all, and so that gets him in the zone a lot more.
Good curveball in for a strike to Edwin Otero, who is making his first plate appearance after coming in for defense in the bottom of the second.
You know, I had a chance to talk to the Gary guys yesterday or the day before, first day here, and their smiles, you know, they're so pumped up. They're so happy to be here. It just brings a joy, you know, about the game that it's awesome.
Otero trying to make it happen, and he does. Single to right field. And Gary continues to fight. And, you know, that's sometimes the thing that gets lost about baseball, and that's why this RBI program is so important. You know, you certainly have your big travel ball programs. I know a lot of kids who play in that. Some of them are successful guys getting ready to get drafted. They're exceptional ball players.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that these guys out here who aren't exceptional ball players as well. Sometimes opportunities just have to come a little different. That pitch is inside.
Absolutely, and you nailed that. You know, it's this different path to where you want to get, and you know they're just so happy to be here to play ball and compete. And you know, like I talked to them in the open ceremony. You never know who's watching, you know. And when you're on the baseball field and you're giving it your all, and you know, it's easy. It's easy for the fans to see, you know, who's invested and who's not. And sometimes, when we're playing, we're caught up in ourselves and not really, you know, paying attention to really who's watching and who's not watching us. But it's really cool to see them, you know, out here just competing, you know, have that true passion and love for the game.
And again, Otero takes off, throw down. He is safe. Otero coming in, making things happen. He made a play over at third base, comes in, gets an opposite field single, steals a bag.
Slid in there hard, playing hard. You know, right had it in his glove, but with the slide coming in hard, ended up dropping it.
Again, talking about Major League Baseball putting together this opportunity for these guys and for the young ladies who are playing in the softball tournament. And, you know, I didn't have this opportunity, obviously, when I was a younger guy, but it's great to see it. Again, like you said, just a chance as you know, we've seen some of these rosters. Some of these guys, they have committed. They're going to play at the next level. Still an opportunity to continue to develop and continue to follow their dreams. I'm sure many of these guys, if not all of them, have desires to, you know, play at the highest level, play Major League Baseball, and this is an opportunity for them to do just that.
Hey, you nailed it once again. Don't get it twisted. You know, Aaron Hicks came out of MLB Youth Academy in Compton. You know, first-round pick, played for the Yankees for a long time. CeCe Sabathia. You got Dominic Smith. There's some big leaguers out there that have gone through this program and have taken advantage of their opportunities out here. So there is a chance, and there's an opportunity to take advantage of.
Swing and a miss here from Eric Tolbert. And I obviously didn't have an opportunity to play professional baseball, but I played with guys who did. And there was one guy who actually made it to the Major League level many moons ago, a young man named Gary Bennett. He was a catcher. I think he was on the St. Louis Cardinals World Championship team back in the day. But I played with a couple other guys who made it to AAA, and again, the opportunity just was there. And not exactly this opportunity, but when you have that opportunity, you take advantage of it the best that you can.
And that's really what we try to emphasize to the kids on the opening ceremony. Was mainly, you know, understand, hey, like, you don't have to be 100% every day, but just show up no matter what with a good attitude, ready to learn, ready to compete, because you never know who's watching. Try to be consistent every day.
Eric Tolbert competing in this at-bat as he runs the count full to 3-2. Gary continuing the battle, trying to chip away at this 5-run deficit. Pozos misses with the curveball there, and Tolbert draws a 2-out walk.
Really good at bat right there. You got 2 outs. Keep the inning going. Again, they're not quitting. They're competing.
David Brayboy, who came in the last half inning as the catcher, is going to get his first plate appearance. Chance to do some damage here.
You know, most of these guys that have made an impact at the major league level that have gone through MLB, you know, youth academies, I've played with or I've known them. You know, it's cool. You know, I played with Chris Davis, Oakland, you know,
Chris
slugger.
with a K.
Yeah, Chris with a K.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he told me all the time. Hey, man, make sure you get that K in there. But, you know, play with him at Cal State Fullerton, and then he goes on to have a great big league career. But he was part of MLB, you know, youth programs, Urban Youth Academy there. John Singleton, Anthony Goes. There's a lot of guys that come out of these programs, you know, and they have an opportunity to do something with their sport.
Pozos misses there, and Brayboy still has a chance here after falling behind 0-2.
You can hear the Gary dugout, you know, getting loud. They're excited. They're fighting. They're trying to get back in the ball game.
Brayboy hits one out to left. Is it going to get down? It does. They're going to wave home the runner. And RBI single by Brayboy brings in Otero, and it's now 6-2.
That's how it starts. You keep the line moving. Tough at bats. Found a hole right there. Got a nice RBI. Now we got all of a sudden 62 ball game.
Just doesn't seem near as far away anymore as you continue to put these points, these runs on the board. Josiah Artes now coming to the plate.
You know, one thing that I've realized that when I played, I didn't realize how the momentum shifts so much in a game. You're so focused on making the plays and being concentrated on what your job is to play the game the right way and to get a W. But as a fan and looking back, it's just constant, who's going to grab the momentum and who's going to take advantage of that.
Bozo shows a bit of an inside move there. And that Gary side is starting to come alive. Yeah,
all kinds of fields here and balls coming into our field, and it's been like that all weekend. You just got to sometimes watch your coconut when you're taking your lead at first base.
Yeah, this is an outstanding facility here, the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City. And again, with action going on multiple fields, you have to stay alert. But it's certainly a place where you want to be watching what's going on anyway, just because of the fabulousness, if I can use that word, of the facility itself.
That used to stress me out in spring training because it's kind of the same setup, and I would hope that I didn't want the ball hit to me, and then someone say heads up, and that ball find me, and just now I'm dealing with a ball trying to, playing shortstop, trying to catch a ground ball, and then someone hit a fly ball over there. And it was, there's times where we have 4 games going at once, and, that's a lot of foul balls in spring training games.
Imagine there's probably a little more velocity on some of those than
some
of the ones coming here. Runner takes off. Ball hit down the line, right field, but it's going to be caught in foul territory over at first base. Good play there by Hernandez. Another run on the board for the Railcats. They're chipping away, but trail 6-2 as we go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third here at Motley Family Field on the Urban Youth Academy campus here in Kansas City. 6-2 your score. Milwaukee on top of Gary. Second inning of work on the mound for Zane Scott.
You know,
That curveball gets away a little bit.
Gary's making a little bit of a push here. You know, if Zane Scott here could keep him another shutdown inning, this you know, it'd be really good to keep that momentum.
You know, you look player to player maybe and look at this Milwaukee squad and say, okay, they're probably the better squad as far as the development and talent where they are now, but you're not seeing any of the quit coming from Gary at this point, and Milwaukee is still out here having to work.
Yeah, good point. They're holding their own. They're competing, and yeah, they might have, you know, maybe come in as the underdog and kind of overmatched, but you know, they're staying right there with them.
It's 3-0 here on the leadoff hitter. Serrano takes strike one. Ground ball up the middle, gets up underneath the glove of shortstop Eric Tolbert, and it's going to be a leadoff single for Serrano.
That's what you're supposed to do when you're up in the count. 3-1, you're supposed to get your best swing off and get a good pitch and hit it hard. Great effort right there by the shortstop, Tolbert. Really, really good effort. Almost came up with that.
Milwaukee has put the leadoff runner on in each of the first 3 innings here. A little bit of an overthrow there by Scott. Gets to the back stop and allows Serrano to advance to second.
One thing I see from the Gary team is they're really good about backing up plays. They're not going to, you know, try not to give you those extra bases. And you know, saw the center fielder come in there, second base. You know, that's good to see. The fundamentals are there.
Talked about it already. Falling behind hitters is a sure way to get yourself in some trouble, because now you've got to throw a strike. You can't really do anything but try to fire a fastball in the zone.
And this would be a good time to take a mound visit. There you go. He's calling timeout, trying to settle down. There you go. You know, he's just taking his time to be able to come back. And really, that's what it is. It's just sometimes lack of focus. You know, we all do it. This game requires a lot of focus throughout the whole entire game. There's only a few times you can check out. And so that's what he's trying to do right here, get back in the zone.
That's exactly what he does. He composes himself and is able to fire strike one here to Emilio Cruz.
And that's what you want. That's a good pitch right there. Didn't get the call, but that was close. That's what you want out of your players, is to eventually know how to handle themselves to a standard where you don't have to remind them to take a breather, take a time, and, you know, just kind of slow the game down in their own heads.
Mathesima is now up, and he hits one out to center field. George is back, makes the catch, hits the cutoff. By doing that, you're able to hold your runner at first base. Good play there.
Very nice. That's good baseball right there. You know, there you go once again. Scott goes and backs up third base in case there's a long throw to third. But playing catch right there was really nice. Keeps that double play in order, which, again, can be huge right now if they can get out of this inning.
Emilian Martinez, the catcher. Runner takes off. And that eliminates the double play.
That's where their frustration sets in, especially, like I said before, you work hard to play catch and keep that guy at first, and then just too easy getting to second base there. They got to do a better job holding that guy. Infield's halfway again. Kind of reading the ball if it's hit hard or slow. See where they're going.
And I wouldn't be surprised that the teams are staying back, especially on the left side, mostly because, again, of how this field plays a little bit. If they chop it into the turf and you're in, you can forget it. It's going to get over your head.
Yep, and that's kind of just if you've been watching the games, and you're an infielder, you kind of make those adjustments.
And on the hands and fouled off, evens the count at 2.
Nowadays, if it was the big leagues, you would have a stat or some kind of analytics that tells you the field is more bouncy than the other fields. And you're able to know that, but here you got to watch it, and you got to talk about it, and you got to point it out.
Well, we've had the privilege of being able to watch all of the games on this field. That was a good breaking ball just inside a little bit, and it's going to run the count full. So we've got the analytics on it. I don't know. This is Gary's first game here, and Milwaukee's now played 4 games on it, so they may have a little information on it. But like you said, it's this is kind of baseball at its crux.
Yes.
Where you're learning to play and using the things that you learn out here, and really developing. Swing and a miss, strike 3. First strikeout for Zane Scott. But you're back to the top of the order. And this is where the trouble has set in.
And good job by the coaches for Milwaukee, the way they set up their lineup. It's not like you can really walk Pozos right now because you got another good hitter on deck.
Pozos list is out to right field.
They got him out.
Josiah Artest makes the catch. And the side's retired. Milwaukee puts 2 on, but no one comes in. Another scoreless frame for Zane Scott and the Gary Railcats, but they trail 6-2 after 3. Top of the fourth inning here in pool play in the senior division of the Central Region Tournament. Milwaukee still leads, but it's now 6-2. First pitch is a ball as Pozos is on for his second inning of work. He's facing Josiah Thompson, who's getting his first at-bat of the ball game. This is about the time that Gary's going to want to try to make a move, because not only are you dealing with the scoreboard, again, you're dealing with the clock, and it's probably about 30 minutes remaining on the clock, so still plenty enough time, but you're running out of it, so you want to try to make a move here and not let the clock become even more of your enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you want to just, rather than wait, you want to get things going immediately and find a way on base.
Pitch goes across the outside edge for a strike. Thompson showing that bunt. And you got Serrano crashing hard over at third. I think those were some show-me bunts just to see if Pozos is going to be able to get the pitch over for a strike.
Yeah, get him off his rhythm a little bit and see if we can get on base. Anything helps here. Big pitch right now since AB would dictate really the momentum.
After that tough first inning, things have really kind of calmed down, and Gary has been able to chip away. Pozos came in on the fifth. Good job fouling it off there by Thompson.
Might have been ball four, but you can never, you never know. You can't take your chances. You got to put it in play or foul it off.
As they teach early, if it's close, you should be swinging.
Yeah, don't leave it up to them.
And he does get ball four. Leadoff walk here for the Railcats.
Dugout was loud, pumped up right there about that walk. Got an opportunity to, create a big inning here.
And it flips it back around to the top of the order. Darian Wiggins. Take strike one. Wiggins, bases loaded walk in the second. Plated the first Railcats run.
Yesterday we were talking about all counts and getting fastballs to hit. Right there's a perfect example. He could have jumped all over that, but decided to take it. That's one of the best pitches he's going to get. They called a balk on a no stop. Again, umpires are all over that in this tournament.
And it's probably around about 11 or 12 that the umpires really get to the ball calls. They're going to get the out at second base. Thompson trying to kind of get Serrano to take his eye off of making a play at first and got caught a little too far off the bag. And so he's going to be retired for out number one.
Yeah, surprising the fundamentals right there. Ball's hit hard to third base, and with no outs, just a little bit too aggressive there. End up costing them right here.
Zane Scott tried to bunt his way on and bunts through it for strike one.
Trying to make something happen, catch him sleeping over there at third base after he made a really nice play just the hitter before.
Scott up the middle, scooped up by Wright. And he's going to get the double play. Second time today that there's been a little confusion around the second base bag. But Wright takes care of business, steps on second around his teammate and fires to first for the double play, and that's going to end the inning. Wright is really showing that arm off here this weekend, and it came in right there. And we'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Gary still trails 6-2. We're back here at Motley Family Field on the Urban Youth Academy campus here in Kansas City. As we head to the bottom of the fourth inning, 6-2 your score. Good double play to end the frame there by Milwaukee and Kevin Wright. Still top of the order. Eric Cody is going to lead it off, followed by Wright and Stapleton. Those are the three hitters due up for the Brewers.
Yeah, really nice play by Wright. Going up the middle, avoiding his teammate, touching the base, keeping the focus to throw a bullet to first base, and getting him at first base. It was a really athletic play.
Zane Scott now starting his third inning.
There's a softball on the field.
I think it's the first time we've seen the softball make its way over here. We've seen some baseballs come from the other senior division game going on right now. You know, as a young guy, one of the first baseballs that I ever received was a product of Charles O. Finley, the old owner of the Oakland A's. He wanted to have orange baseballs, fluorescent baseballs to be used for games that, you know, nighttime and things like that. And
Really?
yeah, that was it did make it.
Well, that was back in the day. Well, it made it now with Banana Savannah.
But I had them. I had one or two of them. They sold them in stores like they would sell anything else. And
Isn't that crazy? You know, he had that idea back then and couldn't come to fruition until Banana Savannahs showed up. And they're doing it.
right, and I just thought about it because the softballs that have now universally gone to the fluorescent greenish yellow ball there. No one plays with white softballs anymore. They all go to
kind of like Washington's shoes yesterday. Same color, baby.
Pretty good match. Pretty good match right there. Leadoff walk. To start the bottom of the fourth there by Cody, and here comes Wright.
It seems to, I don't know, how you feel about this, but every time I feel like we look up and we really look down, it's Wright or Pozo's hitting.
Right. Wright sends that foul and out of play for strike one. And the way they've been able to get this lineup around, again, that big first inning certainly helped with that as they sent 11 guys to the plate. But even more than that, though, is like they're coming up, but they have not, even though they're getting on base, you know, Scott and this Gary defense has been able to do damage and or to limit the damage and otherwise keep the Brewers off the scoreboard. They have not scored since that first inning.
Yeah, I know, and they're the Brewers are kind of leaving Gary, you know, they're kind of keeping Gary in the game.
Ball hit out to right, catch made by Josiah Artest for out number one.
That's what, you know, scary teams, sometimes they do that, especially good fundamentally teams like Gary has shown. You know, leave him around, hanging around, and then you all of a sudden you have, you know, a big inning, and they come and, you know, make the game closer. You just want to put them away if you can, especially with this offense.
I tell you what, Zane Scott is doing a good job as Cody has had trouble trying to time him up.
Yeah, and you know he's wanting to go. You see the coach there getting kind of, you know, hey, man, like, when are you going to go? They want him to go. There he goes.
Now he goes. Scott would hold and look and just took his time, and Cody couldn't quite get the read. But he does on that pitch there.
Yeah, he tried it, and you know, he picked over and changed his looks. You here is the most important one. I hope he doesn't give this one up right here.
Stapleton takes one off the back shoulder. He'll jog down to first base.
That's another thing I don't know if you've noticed. A lot of kids nowadays are fouling the ball off of their foot a lot more because they're looking to pull, but they wear a lot of protection now too. Back in the day, there was none of that.
Right. Yeah, that's 100%
As the
correct.
velocity's increased, and also the swagger has increased.
And I'm sure a lot of these equipment companies are happy when the major
Oh,
league
yeah.
guys gets it, and then these young guys, they see it and they want it too.
Yeah, no, I was a gear guy. I love the gear and look, but at some point you also have to understand I have to back it up. If I'm going to look this way, I got to be that guy. And, that's what they're trying to do here.
Have you ever took umbrage with a pitch that hit you in a particular game? Like you were ready to go do a little workout at the mound?
There was a couple of times I did. I'm Puerto Rican and I have a temper, and so there's a couple of times where it happened in the minor leagues. But I never. Most of the times, my kids, would be at the ballpark, and other kids, and I just never took that step to go out there and make it, have a fight or anything. But since we're talking about it, there was one fight, and I'm sure, Dee can remember this, but the White Sox and the Royals, back in 15, we got in a pretty ugly, nasty one. And, I tell these stories to some of my players, but I was playing second base, and there was a fight going on down here by the dugout, and Jeff Samardzija hops the fence and is heading straight for second base. Now, if you know Jeff Samardzija, he's 6'6".
Yeah, old football player.
Yeah. He's wild.
Mm-hmm.
He's ready to get it on, and he's coming straight for me, and I'm like, okay, this is where, all right, either put up or shut up. And luckily Lorenzo came in all the way from center field and got in between us, and that was their issue. Then they handled that, but man,
why was he coming for you?
well, we had a little bit of beef, because he was with Oakland in 2014, and we in the wild card game. We came back and beat them, and, we were all riled up. I believe everything started because I was in the dugout kind of being loud, and he didn't really like that,
Gotcha.
And then I said something like, when I faced you, I got a bunch of hits off of you. So it was something he didn't
Sure,
forget
you said
about.
it that way, too.
Yeah. Yeah, he just carried on. He got traded to the White Sox, and outstanding player.
Oh, yeah.
Good athlete, good pitcher.
Cubs had
Really,
him.
everything I've always heard from him is a great teammate, and so, it carried over to spring training when he got traded to the White Sox, and then that season was pretty feisty.
Thought he had it there on the outside edge and said it's going to be a walk to load the bases. Still just one out. Amazingly, the closest I ever got to a kind of a fight happened in college, and for whatever reason, I'm on first base, and how sometimes you got to pick off, and for whatever reason the first baseman wants to put a tag on you.
Kind of hard.
Yeah, he wants you to know that you're being tagged, and this is not the guy who liked to eat a lot of chicken. This is 130-pound me that he's slamming this baseball in my back. And after, it was 3 straight pickoffs, and I just had enough.
Yeah, hey,
At
calm
which
down with
point-
that tag.
At
huh?
which point it was on at that point, and so that's as close as I got. And I'm playing in Texas, man. It's hot, man. There's not a
Yeah.
cloud in the sky, man. I'm choking on. There's no turf here. There's nothing but
Yeah,
dirt.
it's just dirt. Yeah, no, I think, as a fan now watching the games, I mean, I got to give them credit. Players, they usually keep their composure and they don't let things, really escalate. But when you're in the middle of a slump and you're 0 for 30 and, you're already Sunday game, early, hot.
That ball is hit towards the gap, and it gets cut off. Good job out in left field there by Wiggins, but it's still going to turn into 2 runs on the single. Good job there by Wiggins. That one looked like it was heading all the way to the wall, and Wiggins took a good route to the ball, was able to cut it off. Still a 2-run single, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, little things that not giving up. They're down a little, they're down 6-2 and he did a good job right there cutting that ball off for sure.
I'm wondering if they're calling the time on the game. There were still, it's just 8-2, but the clock it's about 10 minutes short. Or maybe they are doing hydration. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. This is a little more interesting than I'm used to. I'm sure we'll find out here in just a moment. But right now it is 8-2.
But going back to that play, like you said, a really good job cutting it off and playing catch with this, cutoff man right there to keep the double play in order.
Wiggins and the Gary defense did everything right there. He
Yeah.
took a good route to the ball, able to cut it off. Didn't just come in throwing wildly. He didn't even throw it to a base. He found his cutoff man and hit him, and at which point everybody started trying to make plays if there was a play to be made. Good job on the bases, too, by Milwaukee.
Yeah, right. Scott coming in and backing up the play was big, too. This is one of the coolest hydration breaks I've ever seen. Both teams are in the dugout, chilling, hanging out. It's hot. The umpires can't even do it. They're taking their hats off, and they're trying to throw water on themselves. But both teams are chilling, hanging out in the dugout, trying to cool down. And we got 10 minutes left to go.
Yeah, there's still 10 minutes, and that's what Gary wants to do. Gary would like to be able to get off the field and at least get one more opportunity to see if they can get some runs and get back into this ball game. Because, again, because of the time, there's about 10 minutes left. So I'm hoping to get at least one more at bat.
Here they come.
It almost looked like it was scheduled, like
Yeah, right?
like they knew after that. Everybody communicated to themselves. They were like, "Okay, after this batter, I don't care what happens. We're all going to sit down for a little bit."
I wonder if back in the day in the old turf, or a really really hot day in the Texas heat in Arlington when the Rangers are in the old ballpark. I wonder if they just could have said, "Hey, you think we could take this break right here real quick and just go sit down?"
Well, for the most part, the Rangers would not play in the daytime. Even when you talked about Sunday nights, even if they were not, let's say, the Sunday night game of the week, right? They just wouldn't be able to be broadcast. But they were not. They just was like, "We're not playing at 2:00. You can forget that part. It's too hot here."
Yeah, I do remember going to some of those games as a kid and trying to eat ice cream and it was just melted in 2 seconds.
That just didn't sound like a smart decision.
It's always good to get ice cream, though.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like ice cream would really make
No,
it.
it was a mess. It was a mess all over my arm and clothes. and
Sticky
everything.
kids going home,
Yep.
parents mad. That ball hit right through where the second baseman vacated. RBI single. Runner's going to try to advance to third. He does that. It gets past. It's going to allow Cruz to get to second. Another run in for the Brewers. Increases the lead to 9-2. It's about as solidly as I've seen Cruz hit a ball here this weekend. And
Yes.
with Serrano running, he just hit it right through the hole that was vacated, that was previously being held there by Thompson.
Yeah, and again, Milwaukee's offense, they did a good job this weekend. I think they'll go back and learn from this, but their offense
curveball.
seems to really keep up with everybody.
9-2 your score, still one out. Milwaukee getting back into that offensive groove that it was in the first inning. First three hitters reached base via a couple of walks and a hit by pitch. Serrano and Cruz have both followed with singles. This ball in the hole at short. Good job to grab it by Tolbert, but couldn't get the handle. It's going to be an infield single. Another run scored for the Brewers.
And here comes another big inning, right? Just multiple runs being scored. Credit to the offense again. They're doing it. They're getting on base. They're moving guys over. They're running. Everything.
Martinez up. And getting perilously close to watching the time run out on this game, and at 10-2, it's already looking like a tough ask for this Gary team to get back in it.
Yeah, and with one out here, they got to really try to keep up or keep the runs from scoring here, because 2 more runs, that's the ball game.
They would still be able to bat in the top of the fifth. Bunt gets laid down. Good job. Scott throws it over the head. 1 run's going to score.
We've seen 2 bunts back to the pitcher. They haven't been able to get the outs. And that's just, again, putting the pressure on the defense, making them do something, with the ball once they get it. Just a high throw there. They got away from Scott.
Still just 1 out. Pozos hits it foul.
Really, really quick bat. As we've been, giving him praise all weekend long. He's got a quick bat. He stays on the ball well, stayed through the ball well.
And Gary really hasn't thrown the ball around. That was just the second error here today.
Yeah, no, they've played decent, defense, and like I said, they've backed up every play. They've done the really good fundamental things on defense, but Milwaukee's just hitting the ball.
You're starting to see Scott kind of labor a little bit. His mechanics starting to be off. He's not around the zone. Maybe he can just take this time here, walk around like he did the last time.
Yeah.
Get himself back into it.
maybe there's some fatigue here starting to show up too for him. Again, as I know they got a water break and they're sitting there for a little bit, but still, there's a lot of pitches that he's had to throw today.
Walks Pozos there. He's going to bring Cody up. And at this point, this game is unless something miraculous happens here, maybe a line drive right to first base and they can get in and out, but they're not going to start the next inning before the time is out.
And that's why, I remember in the minor leagues playing double headers, and, our coaches and managers will always tell us, we played 2 games, 7 innings, and so you want to get off to a good start, right away because the games are shorter. And so same with this tournament, you got to kind of first 3 innings are very, very important because of the time, the clock, and just being able to command that lead right away.
This is the 6th game that we've done together here over these 2 days, and the team that has gotten off first has been the team that's won each time.
Yeah. Look for a big swing here if the ball's right in the zone. 2-1, 1 out.
Rope foul.
That ball was, like I said, he was ready to swing it right there, catch it out front.
They almost caught a victim who was making his way over to the softball field. There was no time to tell anybody to move out of the way. That was a laser beam out there to the portion of the field where the fans are moving about.
You never know. You got to be out here just paying attention, especially.
There are signs posted that said, hey,
yeah.
the balls are leaving the field here. Keep your eyes open.
That would have been one that hurt.
Tapper back to the mound. Going to throw to first for out number 2.
Kind of big swing, just hit it off the end of the bat right there. You could hear him from up here. Just kind of not happy with himself as we are going to have a pitching change, I think.
This is only interesting because the time is up. They're not going to be able to play another inning. The surprise, I guess, a bit is that they didn't or haven't called it yet. Maybe that's what the coach is out here, getting in one of these human rain delays.
Yeah.
But I'm sure these guys, they're warm, they're a bit drained on the on both sides, to be honest. It's just that Milwaukee is done playing for the day, and this Gary side has one more against probably the most formidable team in the pool play, which is the Chicago White Sox squad.
Yeah, they have they got to start a little later on today, but obviously a little hotter, and it's going to be a big mountain to climb against the White Sox. But hey, baseball is baseball. You got to compete. You just never know. It looks like
In fact, I think
his arm is hurting. Yeah, he's not feeling too good. They're going to switch pitchers here real quick.
Again, the time is the time, so it's just interesting in that particular fashion that they are
kind of allowing it to keep
right.
going. There's been some unusual breaks in this game. I would say the rhythm of it hasn't really been there.
All right, a little start, stop. If you even look out towards the scoreboard in left field, the rhythm of the game is what it's been. It's kind of what we looked at. Milwaukee scores 6 in the first, and looks like this game is going to get away. And then Gary chips away, gets one in the second, one in the third. Not able to score in the fourth, and now Milwaukee has put 6 up on the board with a couple runners still on.
Yeah,
a couple of
two
hydration
big
breaks
innings.
in the middle.
Yeah, a couple hydration breaks in the middle for everybody. Unusual start and stops.
Tell you what, Scott did a very good job out there today. I know the result here in the fourth inning has not been what they have wanted, but he kept them in this game with a chance to kind of come back.
Yeah, he gave them back-to-back scoreless innings, and that was something that to be able to hold this offense to, at least the bottom of the fourth there, not giving up, multiple innings of big runs. It felt like Gary was in it, but with the time and just where we're at in the day, I don't think they're going to have that chance to really come back.
And again, if you're thinking about Gary, you're thinking about the pitchers and how many pitches they can throw and what you want to use against this White Sox team that's coming up next. It's just one of those things that, why do we continue going in this one? But if it's there, it's there. So,
yeah, no doubt. And here we're letting the new pitcher come in and warm up on the mound. So it's going to be a little longer than we thought.
Scott's going to stay in the game. He's heading back to second base. And looks like Weathers back in. He's going to be on the mound. 2 outs here. Trying to get this final out to get out of the inning. Weathers will inherit a 1-0 count. First pitch in for a strike. Weathers started this game at third base.
Interesting how he's trying to keep the runner at third base closed. You're opening that hole for this right-handed hitter to pull the ball in that 6 hole right there. I mean, you got to get outs right now. I would encourage him to, and they're telling him now to just play your precision.
You don't see it happen too often where the runner on third gets held.
Right. Well, actually, never. We seen one guy try to pick off a base runner over there in the earlier games, but it really doesn't happen that much.
Used to have the old fake to third, throw to first play. I think they outlawed that a couple of
they
years
did.
ago.
They took it out.
One of my old favorites, Rick Sutcliffe, used to do that a whole bunch. And, man, they would boo him. They started booing him in Chicago when he would do that. Because it never worked.
The first and third.
Yeah, you would fake the third and wheel around the first.
Thank you.
Count 3-2. Ground ball to short. Good scoop over at first base by Emmanuel Smith, and that will end the inning. It should end the game. We should have reached time. The umpire hasn't called time yet.
It looks like they're getting out there. They're going to continue to play it.
And I'm sure that the young people, they have no problem. They'll continue to play.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not?
But the 2 hours time limit has been exceeded. No one has come out to shake hands. I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick break and come back. We'll either play the top of the fifth or we'll end up wrapping this one up. Milwaukee on top, 12-2. We're back, and we play on. Top of the fifth inning. Gary's going to need to score. Either way it goes, they're going to have to do something to otherwise keep this from being a 10-run rule game, which after 5 innings is all you need. New pitcher is in for Milwaukee, Lucas Shepard. So he gets the first pitch in for a strike. Swing and a miss there for strike 2. And Christian, this is it's been an interesting ball game to say the less. Again, it's been kind of some ebbs and flows. It's just that the ebbs for Milwaukee have been a lot more than the flows for Gary.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you really sit back, and we were talking about this matchup coming in, the pregame, you knew Milwaukee had just kind of waken up in the middle of that first game. Their offense was going, and you knew they were going to score some runs in the second game here. How many, we didn't really know, but we knew they were going to score some runs.
That ball lifted. It is still in play, and it drops. Cody tried to get that as he's over at second base now, but I guess there was a lot of yelling, and the fence was getting close, and he was like, "That's okay." I'm
not trying to get in there and go like Derek Jeter went in the stands. It was close. Not a lot of foul territory right there, but you got a left-handed fielding second baseman right now.
You don't see that very often.
Not at all. But I'm
Much
sure,
like third base, you don't run into a lot of those.
Don Mattingly played third base at the big league level and looked pretty smooth. Not gonna lie.
He looked a lot better at first, though.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Of course, I played for him in Miami. Really good manager. He's taken over the Philadelphia Phillies now, and just a really good baseball man.
There were some people who said that he had a little help getting the job. His son, Preston, is the general manager in Philly.
That's right. That's right.
But like you said, Mattingly has shown in different stops. He took over in L.A. for a moment too, as that ball is ripped into right field, base hit by Nathaniel George. Gary still coming with it. They don't want to give up just yet. Leadoff single.
Yeah, and going back to Mattingly, he was really loved in Toronto. And everywhere he goes, it seems to bring that winning attitude, and just a really good, even kill manager. I enjoyed my time with him in Miami.
That ball skied by Weathers on the infield, and it falls. Trying to make the play at second, not going to happen. Just kind of fell in between the pitcher and the catcher and the third baseman, and here come the Railcats. Couple of hits here to start the fifth. They're like, that second game can wait until the second game comes.
Yeah, right there. That was a tough play by the catcher. I believe he called it, but the third baseman has the better look at that. Should have called it off, but it ended up falling, and Gary will take it.
First two hitters get on for the Railcats. Trying to take advantage here and see if they can start chipping away at what is now a 10-run deficit. You're talking about Mattingly. The one thing he didn't bring to all of those stops was that 1980s mustache. Man, he used to have one.
Yeah, he did. And actually, he's shaving it now. He ended up shaving it in Miami, too, a little bit. But, he rocked the mustache for a long time. Of course, with the Yankees, having all them rules. They don't have them now. But it just seems like that's kind of like the Yankees thing, like still to this day.
But you could wear the mustache, and he certainly wore it. Some people will shave it off maybe because it makes you look younger or something like that. But it was so iconic.
Yeah.
When I started seeing him without it,
yeah, he does look.
I didn't even know who he was at first.
Yeah, he really looks different.
And there's a 5-pitch walk, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out here for the Railcats.
Hydration break coming up.
I'll be honest, this is probably one of the longer 4+ inning contests that I've been a part of.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a lot of breaks. It's hot out there, a lot of pitchers, and it's been about 2 hours and 7 minutes.
It's probably at 2:15, 2:16 or so at this point. If this was a World Cup match, we'd be in extra time. They'd
add
have
on
given
time
us
to the clock.
And you see the fielders out in the outfield. Those guys they've got to be cooking out there.
Yeah, no doubt. You got the umpire right there taking a nice little rest. Trying to get going here. This 12-2. There's not a lot of time left, but Gary does have some going on, some cooking, so maybe they can finish this on a high note.
At least get some positive momentum going into their next game, which is the one immediately following this one. I know the guys on the White Sox, as they are out beyond the fence down the right field line. I'm sure they're ready to go ahead and get in there. And, if they can get another win, they should be playing for the championship tomorrow. They'd like to get back, I'm sure, and get off their feet and get some rest and be prepared to
maybe
to play
they go
for a
catch
title.
the Royals game tonight if they get out of here on time.
Maybe, but my guess is that they're going to want to get back to wherever they're lodged and and try to
Hang
relax,
out,
knowing
yep.
they've got something big they're going to play for tomorrow.
Absolutely. I remember them days. I mean, it's really fun being out on the road with your teammates, staying at a hotel. Shout out to the parents for making, all the sacrifice they do to get their kids out here. And, I remember those days being, a lot of fun.
That's the part, man. These parents must sacrifice. I mean, at this age, maybe you got a kid or two has a license and a vehicle to move
Yeah.
some people around, but
Yeah.
often
It's good to see, parents will, enjoy. They like to be out here, and, the kids, they'll know as they get older what a huge sacrifice this is usually, for families, just to travel and the expenses and everything that comes with it, the time.
and there's certainly some expenses as we look off here to our left. The Gary contingent has purchased, intelligently purchased a couple of big tents so that they're not out here cooking and now they've called the ball game, which is interesting only in that Gary had the bases loaded.
They couldn't end on the high note, I guess. Got bases loaded, they had a chance to score, but
Ideally, that's not what's supposed to happen here, is that once they've started, they get to finish their inning and their at-bat, and I think that's what's happening here with the Gary coach, which is, hey, we're supposed to be able to at least finish this inning, finish our at-bats.
Yeah.
And that didn't go like I believe it's supposed to go. But in any case, they're going to shake hands, and I think that's our ball game.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit miscommunication there. Obviously, the coaches are trying to figure out what happened, but there were a lot of unusual hydration times. I think Gary's coach called them off the field, and there was a lot of times where we didn't know what was happening, but they got it in. They got their reps in. They got another game to prepare for here coming up shortly. So
I could guess what happened. It got hot out there. The umpire said, I've had enough here today. I need to get inside and get rested up for the next one. And so when we come back, there will be a next one, another senior division game. It'll be the White Sox against the Rail Splitters from Gary, and that'll be the end of the tournament here for the Milwaukee side. They've gone 2-2, had couple of good wins, couple of tough losses, but certainly has shown and proved that they are a legitimate program for sure, and that a lot of these guys will be back next year hoping to be able to make this same kind of advancement to get to this point and hopefully get to where they can play for the championship.
Well, absolutely. I think it was a good showing by Milwaukee. I think they have some really strong players. They're able to hopefully, stick together. I know they're a little older, but, shout out to them. They've put on a great performance on the offensive side of things all weekend long. And, the coaches, too, they were aggressive. They give us a lot of excitement in the base running aspect of things, too. At times, they play with a lot of passion. So shout out to them. They did a good job this weekend. Now it's about to see, now this White Sox and Gary take care of business.
And we'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have that ball game between the Rail Splitters and the White Sox in about 30 minutes. For Christian Colon, A.A. Moore, we thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon here from the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Division Tournament.
afternoon, RBI family, and welcome to day 2 of the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. We hope everyone enjoyed an exciting first day of competition. On behalf of the Kansas City Royals, the Kansas City Royals Foundation, and the Royals Urban Youth Academy, we're glad to have you back and wish all of our athletes, coaches, families, and supporters another great day. As competition continues, here are a few important reminders. Please continue to help us take care of the facilities that we are using this weekend. Please clean up after yourselves and help us leave each facility better than we found it. Respect all playing fields, including dugouts, bullpens, batting cages, and restrooms. Metal spikes, gum, sunflower seeds, peanuts, tobacco products, vaping devices, alcohol are prohibited. Show respect for your teammates, opponents, coaches, umpires, staff, volunteers, and spectators at all times. As you take the field, remember that every pitch, every at-bat, and every inning is another opportunity to compete, learn, and grow. The MLB Nike RBI program is about developing leaders on and off the field. And we are proud of the way you represent your teams and communities. Compete with integrity. Learn from one another. Make the most of every opportunity, and most importantly, enjoy the experience. Good luck to all of our teams today. Keep chasing your goals. The road to Vero Beach continues. Play ball.
It's the 2026 Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. It's pool play, last pool play game in the senior division with the Chicago team, the White Sox, taking on the Rail Splitters from Gary, Indiana. I'm A.A. Moore. I'm here with my analyst and partner, and we've been rocking out here for the last couple of days, Christian Cologne. And Christian, we've got two teams that we've seen already today, and one of them has been successful, the other one not as much, but hopefully we can have a good matchup here between both of these sides. Pretty close, at least geographically.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, we've seen both of the teams taking on this game, and I really see the White Sox with the advantage here right now. Just, their hitting is really good, and they just been able to outscore a lot of runs. But don't sleep on Gary. They're going to make it hard. They're going to play hard. They're going to compete. And as it gets hotter out here, they're going to get more breaks to maybe slow down the momentum a little bit for the White Sox.
Well, we've seen that the White Sox have played 3 games, all of them won in run rule fashion. A victory here that should lock up a spot in the championship game tomorrow. Gary has dropped all 3. This will be their final contest of the tournament. Would like to get out of here on a high note. And in fact, in the last game they were playing, it looked like they were trying to use some of that momentum. They loaded the bases, nobody out when time was called. So we'll see how this one goes as the White Sox are in the box and we're ready to get the first game or the first pitch of this game underway, and it misses away for ball 1.
Hey, as you said before, they had a really good opportunity the last game, last inning, but unfortunately ran out of time. Hopefully they're trying to carry that over here to this game. But this is a really tough White Sox team that knows how to play all around.
Jaden Hawkins with the leadoff ground out for out number 1. And the one thing that we were able to see from Gary that I think both of us liked was that their fundamentals were really sound. They were not giving up the extra bases, really weren't kicking the ball around too heavy.
Right.
And so it'll be interesting to see how much that carries over here in this game as Gavin Jones steps in the box for the first time here in this ball game. Bunt laid down. Gavin Jones is going to lay it down, and Gavin Jones is going to beat it out for a 1-out single.
Yeah, good effort overall right there. Tough play, good bunt. Just put it in a perfect spot. Now, as we go back to Gary, like you said, it really impresses how they did the little things right. They backed up bases and they did the little things right. Hopefully now they get an opportunity to showcase their hitting a little bit more. But again, it's going to be a tough ask, tough mountain to climb here with a really good all-around White Sox team that's been dominating this weekend.
Jones takes off to second, and he's in. And as Gary gets that strike called, going to run through their lineup here in just a minute. Joaquin Hernandez is on the bump for the Rail Splitters. I keep calling them Rail Splitters. It's the Rail Cats.
Yeah.
It's the Rail Cats.
I see a really, on the mound, he's got good leverage, good body to him. It's really about getting strikes again. Like we've been saying this from the beginning. If you don't get ahead, it's going to be really hard to hold these good offenses to not scoring.
Tried to make a pickoff over there at second base. Jones gets back in. Quick discussion on the mound. The infielders didn't even quite get there. Catcher wanted to get out there and have a conversation.
I think trying to let him know. Let's focus on the hitter here. Let's make sure we get the second out.
The 4 innings that Gary was on defense, that ball gets under the shortstop's glove. It's going to be a base hit. Here comes the throw to the plate. It gets cut off. And now they didn't run at him, and that time things worked, and then it didn't work over there at third base. Otero cut it off, and with Mackmore making the big round at first base, they really had him dead to right, and you could hear someone from the Gary side saying run at him. Instead, he threw it and allowed Mackmore just to continue to run towards second base, and he was able to beat the throw. So it's going to be an RBI single. He's going to advance second on the throw, and it's 1-0 Chicago.
Yeah, he really hit the ball hard right there to left field. Again, Gary does a good job keeping the ball down.
Good play over at second base.
As you could tell, these guys are ready to hit. They hit the ball hard. But they keep the ball, he threw it at the cutoff, which was perfect. Now we got that batter runner trying to advance to second. We got him in the rundown. But, yeah, perfectly, well done by the runner. Not panicking. Just kind of stood there, waited for, the throw from the third baseman to come in. And it was a long throw and allowed him to go to second.
Mikey Watson to the plate for Chicago, trying to get this next runner in. First pitch misses. Again, Joaquin Hernandez, he's looking good out there here in the early going, and his defense behind him working well. Try to kind of keep this White Sox team from putting up the big runs that it has in the first 3 games of the tournament.
Yeah, and they get off to a good start here once again, and you can tell they're confident. They're not waiting around. But, they're very physical, too. Those kids, on the senior, side of things, they're physical.
Hernandez steps off there. And I think it would be a big win here for Gary to get out of here just allowing 1.
Absolutely.
Fastball up and tight for ball 3.
It's about minimizing. Just making sure they don't give up too many runs where they can't come back,
3-0. Watson was taken all the way. They said it was a little upstairs. Well, 4-pitch pass to Watson puts runners at the corners here with 2 outs. Jaden Ibarra. They're pointing towards something. Oh, there's a ball on the track out in right center.
Oh, that's a long run right there.
Hey, not only that, that's a good observation there by the home plate umpire, because
yeah,
I don't think anyone saw that ball out there. I don't even know how it got out there. It probably was when they were warming up and somebody just forgot to get it.
Really look for the White Sox here to be aggressive, making something happen. Try to catch Gary, off guard right here.
Watson takes off and takes second. That pitch goes behind Ibarra for ball 1. Ibarra, one of the guys who did not play in the game this morning for the White Sox. Ground ball to shortstop. Trying to make the throw, and they're going to say he's safe. Ibarra beats it out.
Yeah, he beat it out. Got down the line quick right there. Put the ball in play and just started hustling, really good. 90 turns into another run for the White Sox here.
Talbert did all he could. He went back into the hole in an attempt to try to make the play. Was unable to get it done, and it's another run on the board for the White Sox.
See how aggressive they are. I mean, you got Gamboa here ready to swing as they're stealing a base, and their swings are smooth. They're healthy swings. They definitely could stay on the ball and definitely hit the ball hard.
Ball hit high. Looks like left field is under it. Good catch there for the third out by Wiggins. The White Sox put 2 on the board here in the top of the first. It's going to be Gary's turn to come to the plate when we come back. You're watching the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Bottom of the first inning here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. White Sox put 2 on the board. Now it's time to see if they can hold Gary off the scoreboard. First pitch misses for ball 1. Ty Mason is the pitcher. Swing and a miss.
Really live arm. You could tell he gets down the mound really nice.
And a little wild there as he puts one right in the middle of the back of Wiggins.
That one didn't feel good. Good velocity right there. Didn't have time to move.
This is the 15-minute warning for water break. 15 minutes for water break.
And one of the things that we were not able to
Starting now.
were not able to quite understand what was happening in the last ball game, which was they were taking hydration breaks not just because they were being smart. These were things that were a little more mandated because of the heat that's out there. They're trying to do everything they can to protect these ball players out here. And it's 90 plus degrees. That's the air temperature. It's humid outside. That's certainly spiking it, as well as the turf.
It's got to be
running
definitely
that
hotter
temperature
there
up as well.
Yeah, definitely hotter out there right now, and it's a mandatory thing. They're making sure everybody gets off the field and takes a break and gets some water.
Along with that, they extended the allowed amount of time for the games. We were a little not understanding as to why when it hit the 2-hour time limit the game wasn't called. It's because they've extended that 15 minutes to also add in for the hydration break. So you're still getting the same amount of time that you would otherwise get to try to win a ball game. They're not taking that away from you. They're just otherwise trying to make sure that all of our participants are being well thought of and looked after.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, these young athletes need to know how to hydrate, and that's another thing that they could get out of this tournament. It's just taking care of their body. That's their tool, and so they get to understand some of that.
And, you think about the times, I don't know if this was happening when you were playing. When I was playing, it was almost not quite Bear Bryant time, if you use a football parlance, but, no one really cared that much. You were considered maybe not as tough.
Yeah.
If you always need to stop and drink water and stuff like that, they did not care about that kind of stuff back when I was playing ball. So,
remember many times before, doing conditioning, and you're right. We grew up in a different era where you weren't going to get a break until you were done, and you had to tough it out. I think part of that is good to bring and have a balance on both, and just like teaching them how to hydrate and make sure they know what they're putting into their bodies. I mean, just the two extremes are not good. You want to have some in the middle where they show toughness, but they also know how to take care of their body. But it seemed like we were on the other side of the extreme, with the toughness. And I remember coaches, saying, drink your sweat if you're thirsty. That they're tough coaches out there.
all right, and this, it shouldn't be considered advancement, but it is advancement. It's advancement on how we take care of our young people, of our athletes. And so this is one of those things. I'm not going to be the old man out on the lawn like, we didn't need this back when we were playing. But
Yeah.
I think this is very important. So good move here by Major League Baseball. Good move here by the people running the tournament here in Kansas City. And again, taking care of these young guys is paramount, and they're doing just that right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, the only thing that it really sometimes it'll do is it'll slow down the process of the game, the kind of the rhythm and flow of it. But that's something they got to adjust to.
Zane Scott comes up. He shows bunt. That pitch misses for ball one. It really didn't interrupt momentum. They're just getting started here in the bottom of the first inning. And after a hit by pitch, that ball drilled out to center field. Good catch. Wales ran down very easily by Hawkins. He had a beat on it right off the bat. Good swing, good contact there by Scott.
Yeah, really nice all-around baseball play right there. Good swing. And then he, like you said, he had a beat right on it. Didn't miss a step. Caught it perfectly over his shoulder.
Nathaniel George will come to the plate here. And
Here's the part where I feel like they could do something if they get the ball on the ground, a 4-hole or a line driver out the middle like that.
right up the middle, and these hitters have been on it here the last couple of guys. George gets the single. Scott gave it a ride out to center himself.
Being aggressive to that 0-0 fastball like we talked about, especially with a good arm on the mound. Having some good velocity.
Artest, the cleanup hitter, got a couple of ducks on the pond, and he's swinging first pitch. It's going to be caught by Mackmore out in right field. Scott's going to advance, and now there are 2 outs. But you got a runner sitting on third, wild pitch away from being able to get on the board.
Yeah, Gary's putting the pressure on them, you know, taking good swings early in counts. They're not waiting for, you know, to get the 2 strikes. And so far, you know, they've hit the ball well.
Emmanuel Smith over at first base. Runner takes off. They're going to throw down. Throw is in time. And George is thrown out trying to steal. Good throw there by Gamboa. Ends the threat for Gary. And a good opportunity goes by the wayside. We've played 1. It's Chicago 2, Gary 0. Top of the second here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. Chicago on top of Gary 2-0. Jacob Cordero will lead it off here for the White Sox. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
That's how you swing the bat. Oh.
See something that you like and take a shot at it.
Yep.
Isaac Ochoa is in the on-deck circle. And then back around to the top to Jaden Hawkins. Those are the 3 due up here for Chicago in the second. Good catch and throw. Nice spin added to it by Otero over at third for the first out.
Yeah, really nice play right there. Setting the tone for the defense, getting that first guy out. You know, Gary had an opportunity to score. They kind of let him off the hook there. Still 2-0. But Gary, you know, they put some good at-bats together too.
Good bunt. You can forget that right there. Ochoa laid it right down the line. There was nothing Otero was going to be able to do with that. It's going to be a bunt single with 1 out to get the offense started here for the White Sox.
That was beautiful. Knowing who you are, knowing what you bring to the club, lays down a bunt, perfect. Set the angle early, and then just let that ball hit that bat right there. Didn't do anything else. Didn't try to be too fine. Got set up right. It was good to see. He's going to take off here pretty soon.
That ball's thrown away. Hernandez tried to get a quick pick off. Didn't look like Smith was quite ready to receive it. Again, with that short gate, there's always a chance that you could get the runner as he's trying to advance the extra base. But
Yeah, we've seen that before, yeah, in this tournament. Not a lot of foul room right there.
first pitch upstairs for ball 1 to Hawkins, who is 0 for 1. He grounded out to start the ball game.
Don't
Again,
be surprised
trying
if they go and put another bunt down.
as you look how far back Otero is at third.
Mm-hmm. You know, so far, all the bunting attempts we've seen have worked out,
Yeah,
whether
they've
it's an
been pretty
error
good.
or a base hit.
I think we saw one that got popped up, but for the most part, when these guys are
Right.
able to lay it down,
It's trouble.
good pitch on the outside edge.
Runabout. Check in everywhere. Everywhere.
White Sox trying to make something happen here in the second with 1 out. Threw that one into the turf, and it's going to be easy advance there for Ochoa.
Yeah, this is where it becomes tough. Now you got to possibly play the infield in. Not sure. You don't want to give up runs. It looks like they're going to play back and let the hitter put it in play.
Fastball on the inner half for strike 2. I don't think Hawkins liked that pitch too much. He was headed down to first.
Yeah, that's a good pitch by, our pitcher here coming in.
Got him chasing for strike 3.
That's a big out. That's a big out, and it changes the momentum of the inning and the momentum of the game right there.
It's probably going to take a 2-out knock here by Jones. Jones had a bunt single and scored in the first inning. Magic's going to be swinging away here.
And as you can see, Hernandez coming in, pitching on the inside part of that plate for lefties, and he's getting that call. It's more glove side. He's able to command that ball really nicely.
Now he works to the outside edge for strike 2. And he's been around the zone pretty good all day, and he got caught, with some middle type action in the first inning, but he's been working the edges pretty good.
And that's why the game's still 2-0. Still a good ball game because he's around the zone.
That one lifted out to center field. George makes the catch, and Gary gets out unscathed. Still in this ball game, trailing just 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Emmanuel Smith will lead off the bottom of the second here for the Railcats. He was at the plate when George was thrown out trying to steal second to end the first.
Well, Gary's hanging around. You know, they're hanging around with the big boys, and it's early in the game still, but they're doing well.
Chopper up the middle. Watson throws it away, and leadoff hitter on for the Railcats. You know, you see a lot of strikeouts in the game today, but, you know, putting the ball in play can generally generate some sort of action, and a lot of times it's positive for the offensive team.
Absolutely. You're putting the pressure on the defense to make a throw right there. You know, now you got the leadoff guy on and maybe looking for more here.
Tolbert with the bunt right back to the mound. It was a little too hard. He's going to beat out the throw.
You know, it's still a good idea there. Just kind of bunted it too firm to the pitcher, but, you know, still they had to play catch, and they, you know, put the pressure on them to play defense right there. You know, hopefully he can get a good jump here and try to take this base.
Tolbert did a good job getting out of the box as well, you know, trying to make sure that double play was not turned. He laid down that bunt, and he busted out of the box pretty good. Matthew Petro is in the box now. Bit of a late swing. Didn't quite recognize the spin on that one.
They're coming out swinging. They're coming out swinging. They're aggressive. It's a good spot.
And, you know, people watching, every pitch is not necessarily meant to be strikes, but sometimes you're throwing to let the hitter kind of see something that you don't want them to see later.
Yeah, you're trying to set them up too, but at this age, you know, 90% of the game is played outside, and they got to be looking for that.
That ball out to right field. Looks like it's going to get down, and it does. 2-strike hit there by Petro.
Finding holes, and that's part of the game too, making sure they put the bat on the ball, and you just never know.
Going to take another hydration break here. It's going to become every 15 minutes. We'll take a quick break here with them, and when we come back, Gary has got some action on the base paths again, trailing 2-0. Cologne here with you at the Urban Youth Academy. The hydration break is over, and you worry about momentum possibly being slowed down. But this Gary team, one of the things that is really impressive is that they're not backing down from this White Sox team that supposedly is supposed to come in here and just get rid of this team very quickly.
Yeah, no, they up to this point, the White Sox have shown that they're the alpha dog in this, and but in this particular game, and this is what we love baseball so much. Gary has really hung around. They're down 2-0, and they got something going on here, and it's good to see because it keeps everybody involved, and you just never know what could happen in this game now.
Let the pitcher get a couple of tosses real quick, and Mason apparently seems like he's okay. And it's back to work here for Otero, who had a hit in the first game against Milwaukee. There he hits one out to left field, but the catch is made by Ochoa for out number 2.
They're one big hit away from scoring 2 runs there. If that ball finds the gap, they have 2 runs. Nice swing. Just couldn't get luck to fall right there. Couldn't get in the gap. But again, they keep putting pressure on the defense for on the White Sox.
First pitch in for a strike. Kelvin Houston at the plate. And now he swings and misses. Is in a quick hole 0-2, and as you can see, that momentum it seems like it's just dissipated.
Yep.
Right after that hydration break.
Yep. Yeah. It's unfortunate they got to do it. It's mandatory, and they want to make sure they're
Runner
safe.
takes off, pitch fouled back.
They're safe, and that's the main priority right now. But selfishly, I'm sure Gary was like, really? Can't wait another 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
And I think the part of it too for Gary is that both of the hydration breaks have come when they've had something going.
Yeah,
offensively.
absolutely, that's true.
Breaking pitch in for strike 3, and Houston is out of there, and so are the Railcats. A couple of hits to start the inning, and they leave both of those runners stranded. We've played 2 innings here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. It's Chicago 2, Gary 0. Senior division action. Chicago leads Gary 2-0 as we get ready to start the third inning. Gary's had a couple of opportunities, Christian, and just not been able to capitalize. Chicago has had a couple as well. They were able to push some runs across in the first, and Gary and pitcher Joaquin Hernandez has done a good job of being able to kind of stifle this offensive end.
Yeah, he's done a good job. You know, he's got some velocity. He's got some deception. Hernandez does. So, you know, they haven't been able to take advantage of their offensive side, like you said. But they're still hanging around 2-0. But look for the White Sox here to make a big inning, you know, count.
Well, Hernandez is going to try to do something to stop that. Pitch is up and in for ball one. It's Mackmore, Hamilton, and Watson all due up for the Pale Hose. Another curveball a little upstairs, a little over the head of Mackmore.
And it looks like Hernandez has been effectively, you know, wild. You can tell he's taking his time to slow down and get back in the count right now.
Fastball ripped into left field for a hit. Mackmore looking, he's telling him to think about going second. Good job of recovery out in left field by Wiggins to keep that to a single.
Again, you could really tell the difference physically when they swing the bat. You know, that was a really, really nice hit to left field. Strong, good hands. Really nice hit.
Hamilton rips one out to center field. George on his horse, unable to get it. It's going to get all the way to the wall. Mackmore is going to come around. It's going to be a triple for Hamilton.
2 balls hit really, really hard. Those 2 kids, you know, obviously very, very powerful, athletic. They just, you know, this is the inning where they could probably put a big-time inning on and make it a big inning.
Hernandez is having to work through the middle of the order. Mikey Watson takes ball one. Like you said, they got off some A swings there for those couple of hits. And sometimes that can happen when you are falling behind in the count. You know, you let the meat of the order start sitting on some things, they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, that last hit by, I want to say it was Hamilton. Yeah, tremendous backspin and power. Hit a line drive over the center fielder's head. Yeah, he got all of that ball.
And we've been watching the center fielders, all the outfielders really playing shallow here this weekend. And, you know, some of that you just otherwise consider that there are not many guys on these rosters that are going to be able to hit that ball on a fly on a rope 400 feet. So you can play in a little bit and try to do your best. More times than not, and we've seen it happen here too, where balls are falling in real short because generally that's where a lot of these guys are going to be able to handle the ball. But when you get beat, boy, that's a long way to run, and we've seen George have to run down a couple of them here this afternoon.
Like you said, it's not very often that it happens, but when it does, it's a long ways.
So that's inside, and Watson is going to have a 4-pitch free pass.
But speaking on that, that's really good that you brought that up because I feel like outfielders need to, as they pay attention to what's happening in the game, they can make their own adjustments, you know, and if they see, you know, there's a big, strong team, the White Sox are hitting balls hard, they can play a little back and, you know, communicate that to the infielders saying, hey, I'm going to be playing back. Anything that's short, you go get.
And oftentimes it's, you know, it's been taught, at least it was taught to me, that it's easier to run in than it is to run back. So playing back and stuff and then having to charge in, sometimes that's better, but it also allows for you to, you're playing hits maybe into a single as opposed into a triple, which is what happened because it got over his head. Now, don't get me wrong, that shot there by Hamilton, I don't think there was anything George was going to be able to
Right.
do with that. That was headed to the wall no matter where George set up. So we're certainly not trying to say that that's what was happening with him. But we've seen it happen a couple times here, and it's just a lot of the positioning that's going on out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some balls that are hit are, they're meant to be hits, no matter what happens. But that's some of the adjustments that Gary has to make. They gotta just be smarter and be able to stop the bleeding here with no outs.
Runner goes. Watson's going to take second easily. Second and third, nobody out. One already in for Chicago with a 3-0 lead. Good pitch on the outside edge for strike two.
There goes Hernandez again. Whenever he needs a strike, he commands that ball to the glove side. Really nice pitch there. Again, I would bring in the infield, but with no outs, I can understand why they're not doing that.
That ball is bounced. It's going to be a wild pitch that brings in another run, and it's now 4-0.
Yeah, tough break there. Yeah, they continue to just kind of allow the free passes. It's not going to be easy. They already have a tough team to play, and they got to make sure they keep this inning not to a bigger inning and let them score.
Strike three right down the middle. Not much that Ibarra was going to do with that one. Good job, good pitch there by Hernandez.
Yeah, that's a huge strikeout right there. Commanding the ball.
Here's Gamboa. Still only one out. Still playing back. And again, I keep believing that the setup is simply this bouncy, this spongy infield, and you've got to respect that as an infielder. You do not want to let that ball bound over your head. Right up the middle, even playing back, unable to stop that, and another hit for Gamboa, and it is now 5-0 Chicago.
We've been talking about Gamboa here for a little bit. A nice-looking player. I mean, catcher, can catch and throw really well, and he takes hacks. He's not going to get cheated right there. Looks like a really athletic catcher. So that was good to see. It's again, look for him to get to second base here soon.
Foul ball makes its way onto the field. Chance to have a quick discussion there with Hernandez. And score at 5-0. And there are probably some people who've been keeping up here this weekend who think that score is a little light, but that actually talks a bit about what Gary has been able to do here in the early going. But the White Sox, they just keep coming. Yeah,
they're going to continue to. They got big kids. They got kids that can swing the bat. It's a really strong offense. They got some good pitching. They're a well-balanced team. Credit to Gary. They've hung in there. And, although it's 5-0, they're hanging in there and they're giving them a tough time.
Runner takes off, throw down a second, not in time, stolen base. Again, this White Sox team, at least for this division and here in this tournament, they've shown themselves to be the loaded squad. So there's no shame in where this score is right now, but Gary's still fighting, trying to stay in this one. as Cordero calls time.
Yeah, it could. You know, we could see a bigger inning here coming up, but they've managed to, Gary's managed to keep them at 5 runs for now. Anything can still happen, but White Sox they seem to be just better all around.
Well, when you're Gary, you want to take advantage on the offense side when they get a chance to get their swings in. They've had a couple of opportunities the first 2 innings. That pitch just misses inside. They've had a couple of opportunities. They just haven't been able to catch them in. Those hydration breaks, well timed.
Yeah.
Chicago team.
Yeah.
But
if I'm Hernandez too, I just kind of focus on throwing that fastball where I'm commanding it, and not try to do too much. Just stick with that fastball in the outer half. There it is, right there. That's what's good. That's what's been working for him. Continue to attack that.
just let that breaking pitch, that curve, be kind of a show-me pitch.
Right. Maybe you can get some, you establish that fastball away, but you can get some swing and misses on your breaking, even though it's not in the zone.
Runner takes off running, and it was fouled back there by Cordero. And we'll do 2-2 again.
He shows Gamboa showing some athleticism there, just trying to steal a base. That's your catcher, by the way, He just looks like one of those kids that can play infield too, can pitch, do it all.
I guess is at some point he has played the infield. He's probably like the third baseman.
Yeah.
Tried to get back to that outside edge. Was unable to get the chase. Now you've run the count full.
If you're Cordero here, you got to set that fastball middle, out over, and just hit it over the second baseman's head.
Way outside, and it's going to be a base on balls, but more importantly for the White Sox, it allows Gamboa to get to third on the wild pitch.
Gamboa's going to go get some water, get hydration.
Acevedo in to serve as the courtesy runner. Yeah, those catchers, man, they've got to put all that gear on out here.
Especially when the innings get long, you could tell, it's their job to keep the pitcher engaged and keep their defense alive. And so what happens is, they've been out there forever, and the energy level starts to drop.
And it kind of reminds me a little bit, and I haven't put that gear on in many a year, but when I was a teenager, I used to work at one of the amusement parks. And I was actually one of the characters. You have to put on the big head, the big furry suit. And depending on the temperature, there would be how much time that you had out in the park amongst the
I've always
people.
wondered how hot those get.
Man, it's cooking in there. When it was over like 85 degrees, you only had to be outside 15 minutes because, it's got places where you can get air in, but it really is hot. And you couldn't talk. They would always send a guide out with you because, of course, if you've heard a particular
No wonder
character,
Chuck E. Cheese is the same way.
If you've heard a particular character on TV, you don't want them coming out in the park saying, "Hey, how you doing?" So you could not talk.
I love that
at all. So.
It's funny you say that. I never thought about it, but my daughter loves Chuck E. Cheese, and we go, and she's always loving for just wants to see Chucky, and it comes out, and then she starts running away. I'm like, oh, he hasn't said anything. He can't talk.
Curveball up and in. Allows Cordero to take second base.
They're letting him steal kind of, too easy. I think they're kind of focusing on the hitter, trying to get this next 2 outs. But the White Sox have put themselves in a really good spot here once again.
Ground ball to third off the glove of Otero at third and allow a runner to score. Took kind of a crazy hop there. Otero's been pretty sure-handed over at third base, but when it took that bounce, and again, we talked about the sponginess of the turf, and it just took that funny bounce, and next thing you know, it was out in left field.
Yeah, it gets on you quick.
And now it's 6-0.
Yeah, and this break right here couldn't come, quick enough for Gary. Just to stop the momentum here. And get some water, get a little bit of time off here, stop the momentum.
Maybe if you're Gary, this works the same way it worked against your team, and it'll work against the White Sox. But right now, as we get ready to take this break at 6-0, Chicago on top of Gary. We'll be back. Teams headed back out onto the field. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon here at the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. And I was talking to Christian. There's a lot to say in the title of this tournament, and I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah, no, there's a lot going on, but 6 runs, kind of a bigger inning here.
Runner's gone.
And they're just getting on and going. They're not stopping. They're just getting on and going.
Well, again, the White Sox are in position with a win here. You're pretty comfortable in knowing that they're going to be one of the 2 teams that's going to play in the championship tomorrow. If they win, they will be undefeated here in pool play. The run differential is astronomical, even to where they should not otherwise have to worry about it. But you still, with run differential being what it is, it's unfortunate, but
yeah,
somebody's going to have to pay the price for that, and it could be Gary here this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's been, even at the junior division, the White Sox came here to really play ball and really compete. They have shown that they are all around a really good team.
That pitch driven out towards left field. Good catch there made by the left fielder Wiggins, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly and another run in for the White Sox.
Really nice catch. Really, really good jump by Wiggins there. once again, the ball got squared up pretty well, but just really, really good play.
Gavin Smith has been on a couple of times. Excuse me, Gavin Jones. Again, good job out. We've seen some of the outfielders who've played out here have trouble even just catching the baseball, let alone getting good jumps and getting in good positions to make catches. And this Gary side has done a good job, very good job, of playing defense. You know, a couple of miscues, but for the most part, they've been in the places they need to be and doing the things they need to do when the ball's put in play.
Yeah, they really have. The experience of and the confidence of the White Sox is showing now, as they really they haven't been really challenged, up to this point, and we're gonna have to see if that's gonna be a problem as they go on to the championship game, and maybe it is a closer game. How do they respond?
They have not otherwise seen the Kansas City side that played here and got a couple of wins yesterday, had a big win already earlier today, so they are sitting at 3-0, run differential notwithstanding. It'd be interesting to see if they will make it to that championship game, and it'll be right here tomorrow morning, as these teams play for a spot in the national tournament in Vero Beach, Florida.
Yeah, that's exciting for these teams. They continue to put runs on the board, but they know that every run matters, and they're getting ready for also tomorrow. There's still a lot of game left here, but it's getting out of hand quick.
That ball hit on a line right to center field, but good catch there by George, and that'll end the frame for the White Sox, who score 5 times here in the top of the third to take a 7-0 lead over Gary. Bottom of the third inning here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. First pitch in for a strike to the leadoff hitter, Wiggins. Mason still in firing bullets. It's nice to be able to go out on the hill and when you have a 7-run advantage.
Yeah, now it's about throwing strikes, getting in the zone, letting your defense play, get some outs, and get it going.
This is the final senior division pool play game here today. Championship will be tomorrow. They're going to say he went, and Wiggins is the first out.
Close call right there. You know, it could have gone either way. Asked the first base umpire, but umpire at home plate saw it well, called it.
Good breaking pitch that Darren Wiggins could not lay off of. Bring up Zane Scott. And that strike one, man, that can set the whole at bat and make it a lot difficult for the hitter when you get into that kind of hole.
And you could tell he's wanting to be in the zone. He's trying, you know, everything he can to just get his defense back in the dugout, ready to hit.
Another good curveball that Scott not able to do much with. Another one, he tries to pull it down the line, just foul. That's the thing about breaking pitches, you know, they're generally designed to get chased, to go out of the zone. But if you leave it in the zone, even guys who you may not think are much of as hitters, they can make you pay for that.
Yeah, they'll run into it. Especially, you know, when you gear up for a fastball and all of a sudden something slower shows up in your zone, you're already ready to hit, and it's easy to, you know, hit it.
At time, the fastball gets past Scott for another strikeout for the second out. Nathaniel George, the center fielder, trying to get something started here with 2 outs for the Railcats. I love watching these catchers trying to frame that corner, man. They got that snap real good.
And some of them get it. Some of them are good and they get it. You know, you don't see it as much at the big league level or minor leagues, and colleges, because we got the system now.
Right. But the way some of these catchers can frame it, and it doesn't even look like it looks almost like a natural action.
Yeah, really
They're
good.
just doing it. It's just it's a flick of the wrist, turn, whatever, to make that pitch look like it's supposed to be a strike.
Yeah, I tell you what, if I was umpiring nowadays, I would be like, yeah, that's a strike. I mean, just the way they do it is real smooth.
As much as you give umpires grief as you get the strikeout swinging there, 1, 2, 3, go the Railcats. But just to finish the thought, you know, you look at that ABS system, and even when the umps miss, it's like less than an inch.
Yeah.
You've got to have a really good eye
They're
to
really
get some
good.
of those calls that they get. Again, Gary goes down in order here in the third. It's 7-0. Chicago fully in command as we go to the fourth. So they changed everybody, it looks like. Just going over the changes that are happening here on the infield for Gary as we get ready to start the top of the fourth inning. As Ashton Earls, who pitched in the last game, is now over at first base. New second baseman is going to be number 7, and that is Macario Ramirez. And we got new players at shortstop and at third. In at third base now is number 19, Nate Weathers, who started there in the first game, and the new shortstop is going to be number 30, Josiah Thompson, who came in. He played second base in the game against Milwaukee. So entirely new infield here for Gary. As we start the fourth, the White Sox still swinging away. You know, back in the 70s, they were called the Hitmen because of their proclivity to hit home runs all over Old Comiskey Park. This team is this team right here is certainly showing themselves as a team to hit the ball all over the place as well.
Yeah, they can hit, man. They can hit, and they just all around a good team, you know, fully prepared, and they've put on a show here this weekend. You know, really physical, and just a complete team. They got some really nice looking players.
And just looking at the roster, we've got several guys who have already committed to play at college programs, and that's kind of what you want out of this program and out of these teams. It's these guys to not just only get an opportunity to play, but an opportunity to be seen and opportunity to kind of advance to the next level. And the Chicago team has several guys who have already shown that they're ready to go and play at that next level, at least collegiately. All three of the guys who have completed high school have homes to play college baseball next season.
You know, really good. That's, you know, like you said, to get the exposure. That's what this is about. And it kind of shows you that you don't have to necessarily go play travel ball to get seen and get opportunities. You could do a lot more other things. There's different ways to get to where you want to get.
Amazingly, this big kid, Hamilton, he's a couple years away. He is just about to enter his junior year of high school.
Wow.
He's already 6'4", 220. He has not committed anywhere, but I'm sure as people start to look at him, he's going to have a couple places that people are going to want him to find a home.
Especially if he keeps hitting the ball like he did, you know, line drive to center field. And then yesterday we saw him really get into a ball to left field.
He gets into
another
this
shot.
one to center. Sends George on the run. George is not going to get it as it one hops up against the wall. Hamilton's going to keep going. He's going to get to third with a triple big-time power from the big first baseman for the White Sox.
Yeah, I'm willing to say there's going to be some offers on the table right there for that kid.
If he keeps swinging it like that, those offers aren't just going to come from the collegiate side. There's going to be some major league clubs trying to get him into their system. That's for sure.
He runs well, too, for how tall he is. How, you know, you mentioned 220. He runs well. That's his second triple today. And, man, you can see a smile on his face. He's just enjoying being out here with his teammates. Looks good.
And to think, this kid can't be more than about 16 years old. He's got more frame to grow into.
Yeah, that's scary. That ball was driven about 390.
You know, one hop onto the batter's eye. Mikey Watson swings through one there. He's 0-2. He's another guy. He's going into his senior year. He's already got a college commitment to the University of Illinois in Chicago. These guys certainly can play. They've shown it this weekend and going to look to try to win this tournament and advance to the national tournament.
Yeah, they have a real shot at doing all that, making sure, you know, they get to Florida. But, you know, it seems like a good mix of young athletes with guys that a little bit more experience at the high school level, and they're committed already.
Pitch inside evens the count 2-2.
I mean, they haven't played a close game yet. They've really just shown how good they are.
Milwaukee did a good job getting those 2 runs. Those are the only 2 runs that Chicago has given up in the tournament. You know, some of these other pitchers like Hernandez, who's done an admirable job here this afternoon, but you know, you get a little gun shy. If you can't get that corner, you got to, you know, feed them. You've seen what's happened, especially with the meat of this order. They have really been tattooing the baseball.
Yeah, you kind of, you know, it's like a boxer. You start putting your head in there a little bit, and you get hit a couple times, and then you're like, wait a minute, I got to have a different type of entry here, and I got to have be more strategic. But that's the thing. We're going to take another break here, but you know, it's been hard for Hernandez to kind of come back to the middle of the plate.
Well, it's maybe Gary is trying a bit of a rope-a-dope tactic here, and you know, they're going to take those shots and see if they can bounce off the ropes and bounce back. But right now, they trail 8-0 as we take a break. Hydration break is over. Back on the mound is Hernandez for Gary. Still nobody out. Runners at first and third. Watson takes off. They fire back to third. Hamilton dives back in.
We're really aggressive on the bases. You know, even with no outs right there, they just go ahead and take it.
Good curveball there that Ibarra swings through.
If he can get something in the gap, left center, we have it inside the Parker.
Well, I could see that, although the good speed out there. Forget trying to hit that ball in the gap. That ball's going to one-hop the gate. They're just going to jog around. Ibarra is going to stop at second with a double, and they are really starting to lay into some of this Gary pitching now as the score goes to 10-0.
What a swing. Out front, really got his best swing off right there, and one-hop the fence, almost hit a homer.
Yeah, a couple of these Chicago guys have gotten real close.
Yeah.
Even with these major league dimensions. Biggest field that you've played on non-major league?
Non-major league, biggest field that I played on. I would have to probably say it wasn't big, but it was hard to get the ball out of there. It was in Little Rock, which I actually got to manage there with the Seattle Mariners organization in 2024. We ended up winning the Texas League Championship in the minor leagues. But, it just in Little Rock, Double-A, it was hard to get the ball out of there. The ball didn't fly. It just kind of seemed to be really hot all the time and humid. So even when I got into some good balls there, it just either caught at the track or, just hit off the wall. And you're like, I don't have more pop than that.
Pitch upstairs, evens the count 2-2. Do those kind of things intimidate you as a hitter when you know that you've gotten all into one and the yard is really what keeps you in more than anything else?
Yes and no. I wouldn't say be intimidated, but you do have to switch your mentality and take some of these at-bats a little different. You can't be up in the air all the time. Can't try to lift the ball. And when you do get a hit, and it's not maybe a home run, but it hits off the wall, I mean, you still take that double. The hits are hard to come by.
Good pitch on the inner half for strike 3. And that is the first out of the inning.
Yeah, it looked like a front door breaking ball there that Gamboa kind of just gave up on it. And it just kind of came back over the plate.
Bring up Cordero. 10-0 your score.
One thing I liked about Gary's game today is that they really haven't been beating themselves. This is a really good White Sox team that has been able to really hit their way on and and just showcase what they're really capable of doing.
And you don't have to feel bad if you're Gary. The White Sox have done this to everybody in this tournament and been
Absolutely.
doing it for a little while, and not even just doing it here at the senior division. They've been doing it at the junior division as well. That program is really clicking on all cylinders at this point. So, there's you don't have to feel bad about it because they're doing what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, and they're still competing, and you could tell, the coaches did a really good job for Gary getting some new bodies in there, new guys to, get some more energy in to get reps.
That'll be ball 4 as it goes to the backstop. Runner will advance to third. And Ochoa, the number 9 hitter, is getting another at bat. It's got to be fun offensively though when you're getting, even in a 4 or 5 inning game, that you're getting 4 or 5 at bats, especially if you're the 8-9 hitter. That means your guys are certainly getting it done up top and giving you more opportunities to swing.
Oh, for sure. Hitting is contagious, and you know how good that feels when when everybody's getting on base and you're getting reps and you coming in there and you're getting more at bats, like you said. There's always that one guy, though, in a game like this that's over, and you just, like, try not to look at him, and just avoid contact or avoid anything because it's just part of baseball. There's just one guy that always in games like this, 15 hits, 6, he's the one with no hits. And you feel for that guy because, everybody's getting hits and having fun.
Or making 2 outs in an inning or
Yeah.
something like that. You all have scored
Been
10.
there,
This
been
guy's
there a
made
lot.
all the- Hawkins shoots that foul off to the left side.
I remember calling my dad in minor leagues, and, he would usually, on good pitchers that we would face, and the whole team didn't really get, many hits, he'd be like, hey, man, it's all good.
Ground ball to second. Maybe an ill-advised throw to second. Probably should have went to first there, but it's going to be a fielder's choice. Everyone's safe, and another run across for Chicago.
Yeah, he kind of caught in between there. Didn't know where to go second or first. Should have definitely taken the out at first. But going back to what I was saying, my dad called me like, don't worry about it. The whole team kind of got shut down. That's a good pitcher. And then on games where it'd be like 15 hits and I was the one with no hits, he'd be like, all right, listen, that's a you problem. Everybody got hits. Said, Dad, I tried. Or maybe I tried too hard. That's the problem. When you try hard in this game, it usually goes worse.
Right. You just kind of have to relax, and sometimes you let it come to you.
Absolutely.
So we're starting to look at run rule implications here. After 4 innings, 12 runs will otherwise have this game called. Right up the middle, that's going to get through. 1 run's going to score. They're going to wave the second runner around. Gets bobbled a little bit, but Hawkins stands firm at second, and it is now 13-0.
Even when they hit ball, they don't square up balls and they hit them on the ground. They're coming out with some good exit velocities. You could tell these guys, they hit the ball hard.
I think that's going to be all for Hernandez. We'll have a new pitcher, and I think it looks like number 19, Nate Weathers, is going to take over on the mound. He pitched for part of an inning in the first game this afternoon, and he's going to try to finish this one up here for Gary. We'll take a break, and when we come back, more baseball, senior division here at the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. White Sox still hitting as they bring in a pinch hitter, Medina. We were talking about him a little earlier. He is already committed to Davenport University. He caught in the first game. He's getting his first at bat here, and he slips one out into the outfield. It's going to be a single. Another runner's going to come in to score.
Another hard hit ball. Even when they go on the ground, again, exit velocity it's coming out. They're hitting the ball really hard, squaring it up.
Pitch upstairs with new pitcher is in, and we mentioned him just a little bit earlier. It's going to be number 19. That's in the pitch. That's Nate Weathers, who was just over at third base. Pitch gets the outer edge for strike one.
Even guys that have been coming into the game for the White Sox can play. You can see Patterson here, didn't start the game, but comes in, and, look at the size of him.
Patterson was the pitcher in the first game, so this is his first time. He was they had a DH in, so he did not get any swings at all in the first game. So they're just letting him come in and get some swings here as he strikes out swinging there, and maybe that's why they just let him pitch a little bit. But
yeah, no, but it's just physical kids.
Right.
They're just strong, and you could tell, man, when they touch the ball jumps.
Patterson checks in at 5'10", 185. He's going into his senior year. Acevedo is coming up here for the second time this inning. And I'm not saying that the umpires would necessarily do this here, but you get to these kind of games, they've gotten out of hand. It's a little warm outside. Strike zone expands just a little bit.
Yeah,
Probably tell the hitters when they come up, hey, you need to be swinging.
Yeah, I've definitely been part of games that, they don't come out and just say it, but they call balls that they haven't been called strikes. They start calling them strikes, and you kind of get the hint. But, we would prefer for you to actually let us know that you're going to start doing that.
So that's just something that's kind of implied. There's not they can't sit up and tell you
Right.
at the major league level that, hey, we're
Right.
gonna
Yeah, we're going to start calling stuff. They can just do it, and then you got to catch on.
or if you decide to challenge at this point in time, it could be a problem. Don't challenge me. Acevedo gets the free pass. And it's going to be another at-bat here for Rodriguez. In fact, this will be his first at-bat as the White Sox have cleared the bench, letting everybody get a chance to get a swing here. First two innings of this game was really competitive, and third inning things started to get away from the Gary Ball Club.
Yeah, towards the end, starting to fall off. They've really hit balls hard again. Credit to the White Sox for putting really good at bats together and really just earning every single thing they got. It's not easy to do what they did. Just kind of outscore everybody by that much.
Rodriguez waves through one there for strike two.
You're bound to have a bad day, and they just haven't seen one yet. I'm sure they're trying to carry the same thing into tomorrow.
Ball lifted foul and out of play. There's a White Sox on every base.
It seemed to be everywhere. Even right there next to the dugout. I think the junior division is just hanging out.
That's a swing and a miss for strike 3. You just have to touch the plate. They're going to throw it to first, though, and
Got
get
him.
the out. That'll end the top half of the 4th, but not before Chicago scores 7 times. They double up, put another touchdown on the board, and they lead 14-0 going to the bottom of the 4th. Josiah Artest will lead off the bottom of the 4th inning here. First pitch in for a strike. Gary's got to find some offense here, otherwise this ball game's going to be over. Ground ball, right to second.
Right back to the middle infielders, just using their feet, staying in motion. Really good rhythm. Again, we're really impressed by these White Sox teams, all the way from junior division to senior division. It's really good to see.
Move some guys around. I'm trying to figure that out. Mikey Watson, who had been playing at short, is over at second. There's some other guys in some other places that may not be very consequential. That pitch is swung through and missed.
Now, hey, I got a question for you now. Sitting here thinking about this. The White Sox have
Earls into the hole. He's going to beat it out.
they've shown up. They've put some nice ball players on the field. But, what's the connection your family have with the White Sox? Is there some type of connection there?
I don't have a personal connection, but an old story is my late grandfather literally helped build the exploding scoreboard that they put in Old Comiskey.
Really?
He, my folks grew up on the west side of Chicago. That's where they planted their flag. But he went out and helped build the first exploding scoreboard that the White Sox had in Old Comiskey.
Look at that.
And I'm proud of that. And I'm not
you're
exactly
a Cubs guy, though.
I'm a Cubs guy, so it's hard to go around and tell everybody that. But
It's hard to tell everybody that. Yeah, but that's pretty cool.
yeah, so and to be honest with you, I used to love going to Old Comiskey.
Yeah.
I'll turn on YouTube and look at the old ballpark, and that place was just so
Beautiful.
cool to go there. They had the upper deck, and you got to remember when I was a young guy, and if you're a Cubs guy, there was no night baseball played in Chicago on the north side. It all got played on the south side. So if I wanted to watch a game at night, if the Cubs were at home, then you had to watch. Had to watch the White Sox. And another thing that was cool, obviously, Wrigley has the old scoreboard. They didn't have the video boards until about 6-7 years ago. But the White Sox had this big color video board. Everything was cool about the White Sox as we get a strikeout swinging there from Thompson for the second out. But even as much as this, the White Sox won the West Division, the American League West Division in 1983. And it was the first time that anybody had made it to the postseason out of Chicago since 1959 when the White Sox went to the World Series. Every station in Chicagoland showed the White Sox scoring the winning run. I think Julio Cruz scored it. The fireworks started going off. Nancy Foss is playing the organ. It was really electric because there was not a place in Chicago. This was back when the rights were a little different, the way you could otherwise show things. Everyone showed them winning live because it was happening right around
cool.
the 10 o'clock news hour. And so
And your grandfather was part of building that.
he built that scoreboard that went off.
That's
well,
cool.
actually, by the time they got to 83, they had made some changes to it, but it was the first one that they had that he was out there working
That's
and putting
awesome.
that together.
That's a pretty cool story there. And, now the White Sox not only are dominating here, but they're actually having a pretty good season, too, in the big leagues.
Yeah, and here's another great story. I actually used to work for the Double-A team, the Birmingham Barons. I was there when they won the Southern League in like 2015.
I got to ask you, did you see MJ there?
I didn't see it. No, when MJ was doing it, I was still in college.
You didn't have no time for MJ.
I know I'm the old guy, but come on, man, give me a couple of years. But no, I used to be an official scorer for the Birmingham Barons, and Marcus Simeon was on that team. There's a couple other major leaguers that was on that team. Is this one going to fall? No, it's going to be caught out in right field. Catch made in right field, and that's going to be the ball game, with your final score being 14-0. Gary unable to get anything across against this White Sox team that when all the action is added up, should expect to see this team playing for the championship tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. They handled business. They took care of what they had to take care of, and you could tell they're ready for tomorrow.
Well, they have certainly had a time scoring runs here against the competition, and I think there's going to be a step up in competition, whether they're playing the team from Indianapolis or the team from Kansas City. One of those two teams, I imagine, is going to be the team that's going to play for the title tomorrow against this White Sox team. So it'll be interesting to see who that is. But we'll have all the action right here. So, again, as we wrap up the senior division pool play, what kind of stood out to you watching all of these teams play?
Well, hey, I gotta just let you know, I feel the White Sox in this division really showcased the best baseball that we've seen this weekend by any team. In terms of running the bases well, the power they showed, they're not just getting hits, they're driving the ball all over the place. Triples, doubles, they get on base, they're aggressive. And not, that's just to see their reactions. They're all business. They want to get to the championship game. They've haven't had a really close game yet. So, they haven't seen adversity. But what really stood out to me is just how well-rounded that team is heading into tomorrow.
And we've had an opportunity to see some of the other teams. I know we saw a lot of Gary, saw a lot of Milwaukee. We saw the team out of St. Louis play over here. We also saw the Kansas City team play as well. And the one thing that I think that we can say even about all these teams, even a team like Gary that may not have matched up near as well, is that they all showed signs of being able to do some things well. And even on some of these teams, there were guys who stood out that if you put them on a White Sox team or put them on an Indy team or put them on a Kansas City team, that they could hold their own with those guys on that roster as well. So we've seen a lot of good baseball, excellent baseball in some cases. I know we saw that one game yesterday between Milwaukee and Kansas City. That was an outstanding ball game all the way down to the end. So we have seen some wonderful baseball, some great plays, some good hitting, some strong pitching. This tournament is showcasing some of the best baseball that you're going to find anywhere in the country.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I see that the guys from Gary, you know, they kept their head up high. They have nothing to be, you know, ashamed of. It's a really good team, and fundamentally they did a really good job. You know, which tells me that the coaches care. They're teaching them right, and you know, that's what sometimes too what it's about. It's respecting the game, hustling, backing up plays, and enjoying, you know, just going out there and competing. When you look at the White Sox from the junior level all the way up to here, the senior level, they are physical and they just have more experience, and they just took care of business.
Well, Christian, you'll be able to see and call the championship game here from the senior division tomorrow, and I'm sure it's going to be some outstanding baseball as you crown a Central Region champion. And we'll have all of that action for you right here. I imagine it's going to be the White Sox. It'll be announced which two teams will play for the title, but you can come right here and check that out and see who's going to earn the berth down to Vero Beach. We thank you for joining us here this afternoon, where the final score in this one was Chicago 14, Gary 0. For my analyst here who did an outstanding job, Christian Colon, I'm A.A. Moore. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.